Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Detecting 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 start, take a shot.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. First number. 10-4. Detecting 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 start, take a shot.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Anyone else close by this result, let me know.
33.
3-3. I'm going to supervisor now that I have a case report with this arrest attached.
30.
All right, hopefully. Oh, it's doing it again. It's doing it again. I reset everything. And it's still doing it again. Good morning or good afternoon, Rosie. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you? Sorry about all of the issues you're having.
All you can do is just keep pushing,
Yeah.
Wanted to discuss a couple things before we get into the documents. It's going to be trigger warning at some parts. It's going to seem at sometimes like mumbo jumbo, but there's some parts where it can be triggering, I suppose, when you're reading the injuries and some of the things that happen, when they're describing what they saw. Um, it's got to be tough. Especially for the first responders too, because again, just like up there, usually they're just doing noise complaints and busting underage alcohol drinkers, and they came across this stuff too, the stuff that you're gonna see in words from their descriptions of what they saw and what they noticed. I mean, it's pretty crazy. So there's a lot of them too. Let me see how many there's. Let's see. We're talking 314 pages to go through,
I've only read the first 50. This is what the first 50 looks like in print.
Dang, that's going to cost a fortune to print them all out.
Oh no, I get a good price.
Oh, you get a good discount.
I do.
We learned before these documents came out yesterday, we learned a lot from that press conference that they had after the court hearing, to finally hear what or who the target was. Now, we found out from their perspective that the target was the house, and I don't buy that. Yes, when I went there, it's a perfect spot. I mean, it really is a perfect spot. Like the lighting, basically what I described. The lighting. It's very, very, very dark at that time of year, especially. You have that vantage point when I showed you with my footage. You have the vantage point where you could be parked where I'm parked right behind the house, and you have a vantage point of the whole, because you're elevated so high, you're looking down at the streets, and you can see the only access and exit point for that neighborhood too. So you have a perfect view all the way around, not only Queen Road Apartments, the house itself, you're camouflaged from the foliage. Um, and then you have that bird's eye view of everything. It really is a perfect spot. But at the same time, to say that the house was a target, I really don't buy that, because there's plenty of houses in Moscow
Yeah.
that I'm sure, because of the elevations and all that stuff, I'm sure that there's other houses there that if I went and parked there and sat there, I'm sure I could be like, wow, this is pretty perfect as well. If not, it might even be better, right? You know what I'm saying? Because back at 1122, you still had that huge apartment complex. But what really makes it perfect to me is, like I always said, when I was there, I got done. It was a 2-hour drive to go back to the hotel when I was there that week. And so any kind of work on my computer, my notes, footage, any of that stuff, I had to make sure that I had those things done, and I didn't get back to the hotel and go, shoot, I forgot to do this. It got dark at 4 in the afternoon, very early. So if I wanted to do anything footage wise, when it comes to light, I had to make sure I was up there even early. So literally every day that I was there, it was slammed with a list of to do and to get done every single day. And I had to do that in order. So I spent a lot of time in that back parking lot. And this was on the year anniversary. And so you would think that a vehicle that nobody's ever noticed being parked there at all, because again, it's a small community, they're gonna, hey, that car don't look familiar. They're gonna notice that stuff. And so what really made it perfect was when I'm sitting back there, I'm on my laptop, the light from the screen is shining up on my face. If somebody walks out, they can literally see, oh, there's some dude on his computer. I mean, it's pretty obvious because of the light and then how dark it is there. And that was one of the things, like the whole time I was there, while I was doing that stuff, I was like, man, because if it was me, I'd be like, who the hell keeps sitting back there
Yeah.
every night? You know, like what kind of creep shit's going on? And this was during the year anniversary. And so you think that the senses would have been heightened at that period of time. And it was crazy because the whole time I was like worried, man, if Moscow PD comes up here and I'm just, I don't want to harass, I don't want to get harassed either way. And so, I'm just doing my own thing, minding my own business. And that was crazy to me that even the people that would come and park there, and I know that they lived there because I was there for a week every night, every day. And the people that that lived there didn't even give me a double take at all. Not one person gave me a double take there. And so when you go back to a person that a car is not familiar, right? A car that's not familiar, just like me, somebody that might have been sitting in their car watching, they wouldn't even thought twice to, especially at that point, because the crime never had even taken place at that point. And so they could have easily, like, it is perfect when the elevation, the views, the fact that you're a car that they've never seen before and they don't even bat an eye twice at you. That person literally could have sat back there
Oh, yeah.
and not had any kind of pushback or anybody going, who is that guy? Nothing, none of it. And so um it really was a perfect spot. But when it comes to the house again being a target, I think that's a BS excuse to tell the public back then that they were safe, because they weren't. How did you know that BK wasn't gonna go out and commit that same crime to somebody else at Washington State University or at another small town around there. Like, how do you know that? And to say that the house was the reason that you knew that he wasn't going to do that again, how could you say that when after all this time you didn't even have any social media connection between him and the students? There was nothing there that made you think, oh, it's because of this. Like, I don't. So the whole house is a target. I just it's BS, and it's nice to know that that's what they actually said it was, even though I don't know. Now my next question is, well, first, what do you think about the house being a target? Like, I don't understand it.
Well, I mean, it bothers me that they say the house is the target, but they don't have any evidence.
They don't.
So, I mean, if they were to, sorry, there's like a weird bug in here. So if they were to like come out and say the house is the target for such and such reason, and they suspect it because of that, then I mean, that would obviously make a lot of sense. But to come out and say, we think the house is the target, and just by the way, we have no evidence of why we think that, it's like we just guessing. That's a problem. And that kind of takes you back to what they were doing at the press conferences, like showing you that hasn't changed. That, and obviously we know a lot more now, but if you're going to say something, you have to give a reason. And they just don't have one, and they're admitting they don't have one. So I agree with you. It's BS.
I just, it was, you could tell it was BS from the very beginning, because even if the target was a person, one of the victims, even if one of them was the target, to say that that person is not going to go out there and do it to somebody else, how do you frickin' know? Period. I just don't understand that. It just didn't make any sense. And contribution call out Big Red. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member right before the show. I appreciate it very much. And since you are a member, there is that first time that I showed up to 1122 King Road before the demo. Raw footage. So this comes to my next question. And what are you guys thinking, Chad? Like, does anybody really think that the house was or could have been a target, as perfect as it could be? Because that's why I started off with how perfect it is. Like, it is a perfect spot. But I don't get how. StreamYard's messing up. Uh-oh. StreamYard's messing up, you guys. Okay, just let me see. Give me. I don't understand. Okay. Nope, it's still messing up. Man, we were getting into a good conversation until it started bugging again. It's so distracting. I apologize, you guys. This is so distracting when you're just trying to run a program. It's so distracting. And it's like nonstop. It's mess.
Sorry, I don't know what happened there. I turned off my camera to adjust the computer, and then it kind of threw me out.
No, it's okay. It's bugging out again.
Again.
It's so distracting. That's why it's so frustrating, because you just try and have a conversation,
Yeah.
and this crap happens. Um, shit, where were we?
I don't even remember. Well, I know we were talking about the house being the target. Um,
Yes. So when it comes to the house being a target, it's nice to finally hear what the target was from Brett Payne with that press conference yesterday. But I don't buy it. It was BS from the first press conference. The reporters, the local reporters, knew it was BS from the first press conference. Um, it just doesn't make sense, and it was just to try and make sure that obviously they could save the university. We've known that for a long time. But when it comes to the topic of the target, now we're going to get into we'll eventually get into the injuries and what the officers noticed and stuff like that. And so if you haven't read any of those, then base your conclusion after what we read through. But if anybody, if you don't know, or you haven't read, or even if you have, who do you think was the target? Because even after the documents dropped and I went through some of them, I still asked myself that question. Well, who was the real target? Right?
yeah.
I've always felt it was Kaylee. That's just me. Now, there's a lot of Maddie talk. There's a lot of Ethan talk. There's a lot of Xana talk. You look at the injuries, there's different amounts for different people, but then different severities and with the different amounts and stuff like that. And so, let me know in chat who you guys think the target is at this point, and who do you think the target was, Rosie?
I've always thought Kaylee as well, and after these reports have come out, I'm even more convinced, though.
Yeah.
And I think that, I think that it's very likely her, but I never really believed the rumors that she thought she had a stalker or something like that. But now I do. Like, now that I've read some of these reports, I do think she did, or at
Yeah.
least think she thought she did. So definitely Kaylee, in my opinion.
Mhm. Yeah, and especially like I said, uh, when you see my footage and I'm standing there and I get out of the vehicle and I take a couple steps to the left, literally, it's such a perfect view, and I could see how a dog would notice somebody up there and go and start running up there. And I could see that you, at certain moments, like if there's like full moons and stuff like that, yes, it gets so dark so early at that time of year, but if there's a full moon out, that will reflect some light. And so if somebody thinks that they're being camouflaged, then I could see some reflection coming off somebody, and that's how she would notice somebody strange standing back there as well. It is a perfect spot, and like I said, with the entry and all the stuff that I've broke down, with the footage and when I was actually there, that it brought a whole new perspective. That's why I did the footage for you guys, so I could kind of bring you there with me in a way. And it really was a perfect spot, but there's other houses there that would be just as perfect, if not even better, because of less population, because of the apartment building that was next door. You take that out, shoot, that's less people. That's an even better spot. So if you're going to say that that house was a target, well, then there's plenty other targets that could have been possible in Moscow. And so the argument that the public was safe, that they weren't going to do that again. Well, then that meant that there was only one house that was a target. And so to say that there's other houses that wouldn't be a better option, I say is false as well, because there are better houses. Um, so yeah, I always thought it was Kaylee. It was kind of interesting because when these documents came out and I read through some of them, I was like, holy crap, because in the first month of it happening, uh, somebody had reached out to me and told me the injuries that took place, and so it was, this was in the first month, and
Yeah.
I wasn't very descriptive, but I gave you, I didn't want to be, because it was graphic. At the same time, I didn't know if it was real or not. But I did kind of suggest for ever since then, like, Kaylee's injuries. I did the thing where I was telling people, like, your face is like this. Well, this is what I heard.
Mhm.
Like, it went in and stuff like that, and then the stuff with Ethan as well. Um, when I seen these documents, I was like, holy crap. It was like a flashback moment of when I was told that the first month, and I was like, holy crap, it was right. For sure. It was right this whole time. And so when I read that paper and I seen that really did confirm it. Like I said, I always felt it was Kaylee, but to me, that confirmed,
Yeah.
it confirmed, who, to me, who the target was. So, and when it comes to him and how effective he was in scrubbing all of his digital footprints, uh, you know, that's how do they know that he wasn't stalking them on social media, right? Like, if he was that good to scrub everything except for, the mistake of the K bar, um, the K bar through Amazon, dude, you could have went to a knife shop or uh, a knife sale, where they throw up tents and stuff, and you could have bought one and not even had to show your freaking ID, dude, and paid cash. You know what I'm saying? Like, if like that's what you could have done. The fact that you went to Amazon and there was still a connection there, but everything else, a knife show, that's what I was thinking of. A knife show. You go to a knife show, you can pay cash, you don't have to use your ID. Come on now. There's no cameras. Hello. Um but he scrubbed everything beyond that. And so when they said that there was no social media connection, there was no quote proof of stalking, except for the cell phone data, which is a 30 block radius. He could have been at Walmart and not the house, but I think he was driving by the house, but he could have literally been at Walmart, 30 blocks away. um so how do they know that he wasn't stalking them on social media? Because that, I don't see how somebody goes to a restaurant, if that's what happened, if somebody goes to a restaurant and he gets dissed enough to go do that to her, right? There has to be, it was a crime of passion and rage. There has to be some kind of investment in order to display all that kind of passion and rage. Because you didn't just do it to her, you did it to four people, and you didn't just do it just to hurry up and get it done and get out of there. You literally inflicted purposeful damage on these victims.
Yeah.
It wasn't just hurry up, slice, hurry up, slice, hurry up, slice, hurry up, slice, because you could have done it. No, there was some injuries that you just went freaking overboard, bro. Like you went overboard and you didn't even need to. And so that's what tells me there was a lot of emotion in those crimes because of what he did to all of them. How do you
Yeah.
get that emotion? Just going to a restaurant and getting dissed.
Well, I guess in terms of like when things started with like getting the weapon and everything, it could have been maybe that there had been a long time of planning to do it, but not a long time of deciding who to do it to. Like it was something that he'd always thought about or wanted to do, but then it took some time or it took moving there to figure out, you know, like to pick, like, does that make sense? Like,
Well, then wouldn't all the people be the targets? If
I don't
that's
know.
what it, if it's based off of him planning it out and wanting to do this kind of crime, well, then he wanted to do it to multiple people. If that's the reason for having all that passion, because it wasn't just. I'm just gonna say it. He didn't have to do what he did to Xana. He didn't have to do what he did to Ethan. He went overboard with Ethan, even though it was minimal. He went overboard. Xana, he went overboard with her. Because, like I said, it's one cut. You know what I'm saying? And like he did with Ethan, it's one cut. He went
Yeah.
way overboard with the amount of times that Xana was attacked. Went way overboard with Kaylee. That's where I'm saying how do you get that much
I don't know.
investment? You know what I'm saying? It's investment. That's how you get the the strength to do all that. To do what you did to Xana took a bit. You took
Yeah.
extra time to do what you did to Xana. You took extra time to do what you did to Kaylee. And what you did to Ethan was psychotic. That it was disgusting and psychotic.
Yeah. I mean,
Sorry.
I guess, sorry. No, I mean, I look, I don't fully understand like the psychology of it, but maybe it's possible that the anger was still at one person, but it was like carried away. Like, I don't know. I
But
mean,
but and this is where I'm going to go back to the beginning though. Me going to the rest if there's no social media connections, there's no proof of stalking. You're based off of meeting her at a restaurant and getting honestly, I don't see Maddie being a mean girl. Get the fuck out of here, you weirdo. I don't see her saying that. I see Maddie being a sweet girl going, no thank you, I already have a boyfriend. You know, and then her having a boyfriend would piss him off that much. You see what I'm saying? Like that's where I'm saying, like, where does this passion and rage come from? Because you went to go get a meal at a restaurant, you didn't know you were going to come across her. You came across her, hey, you throw a pickup line, and then she's like, no thank you, I have a boyfriend. That's gonna make him go, that effing, I'm gonna, like, I don't. And how did like, if it was a stalker of Kaylee, because we both think Kaylee was the target, well then if there's no social media, like, where does this stalking come from? Where does he run across them to then follow them back to find out where they live? Like, how does the whole birth, of the connection between the victims and him, I don't understand where that seed started before the plant, blossomed. I don't see where that started. I don't. That's what I'm having a hard time with. Um,
Yeah, I think realistically, that's one of those things we'll probably never know. Um, it's difficult to understand because, like, the whole crime is difficult to understand. So the smaller mechanisms of it are even worse. Like, especially like maybe it is a case of he was able to cover up certain like digital activity. I don't know. I mean, that's a good point. I haven't really
What do
thought
you?
about that.
That's what they said. They said he scrubbed. In the investigation, he scrubbed. He was able to scrub everything effectively, except for that purchase of a K-bar with a gift card. You
Yeah.
know, bro, a knife show, cash, no ID, no cameras, done. There's your dumbass mistake right there. Your other dumbass mistake was dropping the damn sheath. Those two dumbass mistakes. Other than that, a lawyer could have argued that he could have been at Walmart in Moscow based off of the cell phone data because of the 30 block radius. So, like, how does this connection even take place? Was he the guy? What's up, everybody? Was he the guy that was the creepy guy that was standing in the back of the trees? The another crazy thing though too is that the DoorDash driver did actually park in the back parking lot. Isn't that wild?
Really, I haven't seen that yet. Like,
Yes.
maybe. Oh.
The DoorDash driver. So what happened, and we'll get into these documents here in a second. So what happened is she got lost. She got lost looking for 1122. That was her last delivery of the night. She got lost, couldn't find the house number because the shadow of the house wasn't lighting up the house number good enough. And so she was there for like 15 minutes. She was there for 15 minutes trying to figure out where the house was. So she went and parked in the back because her DoorDash GPS was giving her the directions to park in the back. So that's why she ended up parking in the back, because she couldn't find the house at first. So then she just followed the DoorDash GPS directions. From what I've heard, DoorDash GPS sucks. So I could see it being that's what it is. And had her park in that back parking lot where we parked at. And that's how she could have parked next to Coburger.
Okay, that does make sense.
Right? Because if he did enter after, if he did park there and she went to go deliver the food, well, you know what's going to happen. He's already getting his suit ready, okay? If she's really 15 minutes and it's 15 minutes late, that places her, because when he came through, it was right after 4 o'clock. So if she was there for 15 minutes, and she delivered it at 4, what time was it? 4:07? That places her there at 3:50. So at 3:50, she saw Coburger driving around, and the reason why he probably did drive around those couple times right there at the end was because he probably saw Molly out there walking around trying to find where to deliver the DoorDash, right? So oh shit, there's somebody walking around. I can't let them see me pull up and park. So I got to drive around, and then he doesn't want to go back out and this and that. So he does that 3-point turn, comes back around. So I bet you this is what happened. I bet you that again, that's why he did those weird turns and came up and around right there at the right before he did it. The reason he didn't do it again is because she was already walking around to the front of the house. So he was able to then go ahead and come around and park because he didn't think that she was going to come up to the back, right? So he goes around, parks in the back. So then he parks. He already has his suit on. He goes and parks. He gets out. He watches her deliver the frickin' DoorDash delivery from the trees.
Yeah.
Watches her deliver the DoorDash delivery from the trees. Waits for her to leave. Then he probably is sitting there, goes around the other side of the trees where he'll be hidden in the parking lot, watches her walk up to her car, watches her get in the car, ducks down real quick in that back part of the house. She gets in the car, leaves. She probably parked right next to him. That's how she knows that she saw the car. Then
Yeah.
she leaves, and then he walks in and commits the crime.
Yeah.
So she
And
did.
I mean, if it is true that he was upstairs and Xana interrupted, and then he went downstairs to the middle level, that's another like shortfall on his part because he probably chose the time thinking that nobody was awake. And he wasn't focusing on the fact that somebody came to the door for DoorDash, right?
Right.
But he was fixated on the top floor, which does kind of show, again, like, I don't know, I think that reinforces Kaylee as the target a little bit as well.
I don't even think, because Xana, she would have locked that door, especially at 4 a.m. She's not gonna get her food and turn and leave the door unlocked. I still feel like he went up to that third floor deck, and that's how he gained access. Because if he had gained access through that second floor sliding glass door, I think Xana would have came out.
Yeah.
I think Xana would have came out, and he would have went upstairs last if he went through that second floor sliding glass door. I feel like third floor sliding glass door still. It'll be interesting, to find out one day. I think we are going to find out one day. I don't see him keeping this a secret until his dying breath. I don't see him keeping it a secret. With what we described, I did a video about it, about what we described about what the actions of Koberger when Olivia was doing her impact statement, and how it's a game. I can see that game rise up in his soul of, you figure out the puzzle, I'll give you the key to the information. I really feel like he's going to. It's not going to be right away. I feel, like 5-10 years down the road, we're going to find out the answers, how he did it, where he really did enter and exit, and if he really did wait for the DoorDash driver to get in their car as he's hiding in the trees behind the house, watching her leave, and then that's when he gets ready to go in and commit the crime. So I feel like we're going to find out some answers here. And, maybe not today, tomorrow, like Judge says, weeks or months, but I feel like years. We're gonna find out something.
Yeah. But then also, I mean, as the judge said, like, he doesn't seem to feel that he would tell the truth the first time, which would also probably be part of that game as well.
Yeah, because he's not going to explain all the stuff that he messed up.
Yeah.
Olivia did that for him. That's why it made him so angry, because she was highlighting. Because really, it's like I said yesterday, like he was smart enough. He just made two minimal mistakes, very minimal mistakes. You left a sheath. That's a minimal mistake. That was a huge. It cost you huge, because you leave something behind. I mean, hello, duh. So you take the proper mental precautions to plan it out so you don't do that stuff. So if it wasn't for that, then they wouldn't have found out about the Amazon stuff. So if that little mistake right there, otherwise he scrubbed everything. They didn't have any direct connection. um they would have had nothing that would have led them to him, because at first they weren't even looking for his year and model of
Yeah.
car. So, and then even after they changed it a couple weeks later, they still weren't looking for the same year, because that's the first reason why Pullman didn't turn it over when they
Yeah.
came across his vehicle, was because it didn't fall in that 2011 to 2013 range. So, if it wasn't for that sheath, um, he really would have committed the perfect crime, because there was nothing anywhere else that would have any kind of connection between him and the crime. That's it. So he was this close to committing the perfect crime. So
And
yeah. Oh, sorry.
and I mean, Brett Payne saying no, we would have caught him through his car. I was just like, okay, okay.
Hmm. Yeah,
Well,
had to know. I mean, think about it. Like, with the weapon and the clothes, and like, I'm shocked. How in the hell do you do that crime and not end up with anything in your vehicle, man? Enough to where federal investigators are digging through, dissecting every little piece of that vehicle. Like, that's the wildest part to me. Like, dude, how do you do that crime to that many people, that bloody, and not one little teeny speck that a federal investigator can find? Bro.
well, I mean, I don't know a lot about cars, but like, is it not possible like to have something that covers the inside of the car that you can throw away, like a drop
Think
sheet? I
about
don't know.
think about your skin cell. Look at what they did with this. Think about this. Look at what
Yeah.
they did with the skin cell off of the sheath. Right? Look at what they did with that. A skin cell
Yeah.
off of a sheath. We're talking literal DNA. And they couldn't find the
Yes.
speck of a skin cell? I don't know what, like, whoever makes that car cover, they need to be shouted out, because I'm like seriously,
Yeah.
like, that's effective as hell. If you could have a car cover that would literally not even allow a speck as small as a skin
Yeah.
cell to be found in your house, in your car, anywhere. How? Like, dude, you had to have some kind of suit. You had to have, because I don't know, maybe while you were waiting for the DoorDash lady to leave, you had like a duffel bag, and you had that duffel bag pushed. That's the only thing I can think of. You had a duffel bag that was open just for those items. You had a duffel bag that was pushed open, so that way when you walked outside and you were standing in the leaves in the backyard, you could take all of that off. However you could take it off, and then fold it inside out, inside out, inside out, to wrap it. I bet maybe he had surgical gloves on underneath it all, took it all off with the surgical gloves, put it in the opened up duffel bag that was already opened up, took the gloves off, threw those inside the duffel bag, and then took a trash bag and then picked up the trash bag and used that to put the duffel bag inside and closed it up. I don't. It's
Yeah.
just wild to me. It's wild.
Yeah, because I mean, in the press conference yesterday, when they said that it is possible to commit this kind of crime and not get anything on you, I don't think that's true. I
Dude,
really
how?
don't. I disagree. I mean,
There would be
I
so
think
many
they're just
more.
saying that because they don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, there would be so many. Like if it was that easy to commit that, like we're talking 4 people
Yeah.
to commit that kind of crime. If it was that easy, then I think that there would be more of those crimes.
Absolutely.
And usually with those, you there's stuff, like there's something that's at the house. There's always like something there that points in directions and connections. So I don't see how. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say because I mean we've heard from these reports that we're gonna read that there were footprints, and it doesn't seem like there was any like kind of substance or anything in the footprints. It seems like they were just indents. So it's not even like he stepped in something and walked to his car before that, So I don't know. It's just like I said, I just disagree. I don't think that it's possible to not get anything on you.
There we go. Oh my lord. My lord, this program. Okay. I don't know how you couldn't. I don't know how you couldn't. All right, so there's going to be well, this is he did study a lot of SKs, but this is, I was like I was wondering if I was like, should I go I was wondering about doing a show last night, and cuz I was reading through these, and as I was reading through them, I was sitting there kind of going, I would kind of like to go over his questionnaire again sometime. Like really, because when I looked at it before, and I know I said this before when the plea deal was announced, I was like, I kind of want to go back. But after reading these, I really want to go back through that questionnaire that he did, because when we looked at it a couple years ago, I looked at it as, man, this is just, it's a student. Like, why wouldn't he be asking these questions? Why wouldn't he be trying to find out? Why wouldn't he be wanting to try and find out how it is, like how it works and what they think and all this? So, it'd be pretty interesting to go through it again and see exactly. It's been a couple years already, but to go through it and see exactly what he just dig at it and look at it in a different way.
Yeah, I mean everything will look different now because I mean I've studied a similar course as him, and to me it also looked normal. Like it didn't look strange at all. But I mean, with the new developments of him being guilty, like I get it. Everything he does now looks different. It's got a new lens on it.
Oh yeah, and to just see like what what did he learn? That's the angle.
Yeah.
That I'm coming from. I want to know what did he necessarily learn from the questions and the replies that he was getting, and then applied that to this crime. That's I'm real interested in that. What's up, Sarah, Alexa, everybody else? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. So this is going to be there's different. They're all in zip folders. There's not going to be any specific link except the specific link to the actual website, but you have to download them in zips. Also, appreciate Sarah. I would drop your link if I could, but anytime I open up an extra tab, right now it like crashes StreamYard, so I apologize. But look up Sarah D. Irish over there on Twitter. She always announces those documents as soon as they drop, and also she takes photos and uploads those too. So if you're not able to get the link or access it and see the docs for yourself, she does a wonderful job of putting the photos up there. So you don't have to have the link or go to the site. You can actually just click on the photos and you can save them to your own device and read them on your own time. So thank you for all the work that you do for the whole community, Sarah, for these documents. All right, so this is the first one. We're going to go through. I expect it to be quite a lengthy show today, but we'll see how StreamYard allows us to do this. But this is going to be batch 0 through 50. And like I said, there's like 314 reports to go through. And this will be the first one. So whenever we're going to switch it to the different zip folder, then you'll see the numbers at the bottom of what supplements that we're going through. So this is going to be the first page. So this is the incident table here. And obviously there's going to be some stuff blacked out. Now it's got Reno, Nevada. You know who that is. Let me see here. So we're going to scroll down. You got Nunez, Warner, and Gunderson. And then you got Payne. And then it gives you the times. Is that zoomed in enough for you guys? Is that
I can see perfectly. I don't know about everyone else.
Let me see. Let me here, let me do this. Let's make sure I'm not covering anything up. Hell, I could probably go one more. Nope, that's too much. All right, there we go. Okay. So then you got the involvements. Obviously, there's going to be redactions, but Gunderson, Tesdall, Morris, Fox, Dollinger, Payne, Smith, Vargas, Blaker, Warner, and Welch. Then you got Rosinski, Lanier, Nunez, Rosendahl, Snyder, Payne, Maury, Blaker, Maury, Payne, Gunderson, Tesdall, Rosendahl, Morris, Dean, Snyder, Warner, House, Nunez, Fry, Blaker, Smith. Then you got threatening, related burglary. What do you think the burglary charge came from? Because now there's people asking, could it have been Xana's food order? There wasn't anything specific. Wasn't anything specific, but that there was something in his hand. I feel like it was probably the other weapon that was used to do what he did to Kaylee. I don't think he would have taken her food. He's a vegan.
I don't think so.
He's a vegan.
I mean, I can't even remember where I heard it, and it was really long ago. I heard something about a possibility of him taking a.
Uh-oh.
But I highly doubt it's the food. I mean, no.
Sorry, you were cutting out a little bit. Maybe it was just my end. Did you guys hear? Let me know if she was cutting out for you or if it was just me. Sorry.
But I mean, I was just saying, I really don't think that it was the food. I haven't heard that before,
I don't
but
think.
that sound.
I mean, it's starting to go around right now. You know, that's what the
Okay.
streets are talking about. But I don't. When I first heard it, I was like, the dude's a vegan. Why would he?
Mm,
Most more like I'm. You just uh, analytically, she's probably not going to have ordered what he would have been eating. You know.
right.
So I don't see him taking the food. I see him having, like I said, some kind of. I don't even think it was a bat shetty. I don't see him carrying around a bat shetty, you guys.
Mhm.
I see him carrying around, like I said yesterday, some kind of retractable nightstick, baton, something like that. You know, that is retractable. I mean, uh, that's what I see. That's what I see him.
Yeah.
Being able to. All right, so there's the victims. Then it's got all the vehicles here. Let me see. Unconscious. That was the call. When the call came in, unconscious. Let me see. USB. Da-da-da. DNA extracts. So it's going through all the different evidence, hard drives, BK's phone, hard drives, laptop. See, they were able to recover his digital devices, and he really did, and that's another thing. Why would you be driving around all those cameras too? Like that's another
Yeah.
thing too. Why would you even be driving around all those cameras when you could have literally got there and went by just a few? And that's it. I don't understand that either. Jail calls, jail mail. I wonder if they'll ever have his mail address or his email, because he will have email access. I'm interested in writing.
Yeah, I guess eventually, yeah, he will have access to the world in that kind of way.
He does. He'll have a TV. He'll have a tablet for email communication. He will have the opportunity to have video calls for visitation. He'll have a TV that has basic cable. He'll have email access and all that. Yeah, he's going to have it. He probably already has it right now as we're speaking.
And I've seen some people wondering if he'll finish his degree. I mean, is that allowed?
Yeah, you can
Really?
you can do school in prison. Yeah. Yeah, and this is the crazy part, and this is because this was something else that was kind of being talked about, was that he's gonna go in there and do work for the government or something, part of this whole psyop and confidential informant BS. No. What you bring up a good point though, because this is what I could see him doing. And this is what Steve was talking about, because he did another interview referring the same thing. And this is what he was saying. He's going to teach other criminals to know how to file paperwork and things like that. And what I can see him doing is getting his degree, finishing his degree in prison, and then being a professor in prison for that fucking the schooling. So he could end up being a professor to the other prisoners that then want to. I mean, dude, screw being a teacher's assistant when you can be a professor, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Glock 40. Okay, there's just different items in here. Interview receipts, swab. So this is the first page here is just going through all the list of items. You You can also screenshot it on here. I'm just kind of scrolling through it for you guys so you can kind of take a look at it as well, all these items. But yeah, I can see him definitely being a professor in prison, the prison professor.
That sounds so strange, but I guess, yeah. I mean, why not?
Because then he gets to, you get to be like some of these interviews with some of his cellies or his neighbors. They did find marijuana in there too. Interesting. With some of these neighbors of his in Latah County, and there even some in Ada County are starting to talk. It's kind of interesting because they said like he's a really smart guy. He's a really smart guy. He's just annoying because he's always up at night moving around. He sleeps during the day, and he constantly washes his hands and takes really long showers, 45 minutes to an hour long. So these guys, these people already know the dude's smart as shit. Mm-hmm. And so I could see him like that. The fact that, okay, number one, we're talking about prison. The fact that you committed this crime, you're already going to be held up. Now, Idaho, just because it's an Idaho prison doesn't mean that it's everybody from Idaho is there. So
he's not from Idaho.
Will there be some people from Idaho that don't like him? Of course, because it's Idaho. But when it comes to the outsider stuff, but when you commit that kind of crime, there is no sexual. There was no sexual part taking place in the crime. Okay, you got to keep that in mind too. There was nothing sexually done. He committed that kind of crime, damn near got away with it, and he was on his way to getting a degree in it. I'm just saying when he's there, I see him being elevated in status. Like people are going to, he may be annoying. Geez, he washes his hands all the effing time, this and that. But you know what? I can see his status being elevated in that prison to where people are looking up to him. Not only looking up to him because of how damn near close he got away with it, but also looking up to him with his academics and his mind.
Yeah.
So he was already knowledgeable in this whole process, the process that he was going through the last 2.5 years until this plea deal agreement. So there's a lot of knowledge in there too when it comes to the process. He can pretty much teach people that might not even be in there that long. He can teach them how to commit the perfect crime and then become his protege. And so do you know how elevated he could be, not only with the knowledge of all the stuff that he's went through already, the fact that he committed this kind of crime, no sexual behind it, and the knowledge of the academics before you're even a professor in a college or before you're even a professor in prison, and then you become a professor, shit, you're an OG real quick. At that point, people are going to be giving you their raiment for free.
Yeah, and I guess, if you think about it, it is probably the most famous crime in the region as well. So it's not even just like it was what they would call a successful crime, where there's like fame attached to it as well. So
Yeah.
from a criminal perspective, it's like celebrity status, I guess. If they have that in there, I'm sure they do.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, now listen, if there was something sexual that took place in there, shit, you're good luck making it out. Because that's a crime that that's is. So the fact that that wasn't attached to it,
Yeah.
and you did, I mean, look, there was no connection, just the tip from the sheath. You got that close. You got that close, and you almost got away with it. And you admitted to doing this. I mean, you already got clout already before you
Yeah.
step in.
And it was your first time doing it as well.
Hmm.
Like, for a first time, I guess they would see that as, it's hard to say admirable, but you know what I mean, right? Like, for them, yeah.
It's really crazy when you think about it. Like
Mhm.
the sheath was the only way they were able to figure out a direction, and it was that little of a mistake, and that little of a mistake cost you everything. And I really see him doing it again. If he would have got away with this one, I see him trying to commit another one for real. Let me see here. So, watch guard. And I'm just kind of scrolling through this. All right. So, here's this right here. We're going to go through this. This was already released. Most of it was released when it comes to the docs that dropped a while ago. Now, it's going to get a little descriptive. I'm just going to warn you, give you a heads up. All right, so on 11/13/22, at approximately 11:56 hours, MPD officers responded to an unconscious call. The RP, later identified as BF, reported her roommate was passed out, not conscious, and not breathing. As I was preparing to leave the station, Officer Nunez, who was already on the scene, advised of a likely homicide and asked for additional units. While I was en route, Officer Nunez advised he had located 2 additional victims. The victims were later identified as Kaylee, Ethan, Xana, and Madison. Moscow EMS was asked to stage and not respond to the scene unless requested. So, as he was still en route, Nunez discovered all of the victims. So he also had to walk upstairs and see. Now, isn't it kind of weird? I just want to drop this. You guys remember that Nunez photo of the ski mask where it just showed your eyes and your eyebrows? The balaclava? Isn't it kind of interesting how he was the one that found all 4 and was upstairs and all that stuff as well? So when he was first called, Officer Nunez was already on the scene and advised of a likely homicide. That means he walked in, saw that there was blood all over the place and people that were laying on the ground. Xana. Okay. Then, while dude's still en route, Nunez then goes upstairs to find Kaylee and Maddie as well. What's the easiest way to get rid of your DNA? Be the first responder, and be the first responder that walks to where all the victims are located. Okay. Upon arrival, I saw HJ crouching near the entrance to 1122 King Road. Crouching. was in obvious emotional distress. I entered through the first floor door, which faces north towards the parking lot. So whenever we're looking at the house, if I'm parked behind the house, straight ahead to me is north. So you might be thinking if you're in the parking lot and you're looking at the front door, north goes up. No, you're actually looking south. And so I announced myself as a Moscow police officer and heard Officer Nunez and Warner respond from upstairs. When I got to the second floor, I saw a female covered in blood in the bedroom on the northwest side of the second floor. I believe this female to be Xana. I looked inside the bedroom Xana was laying, and it was obvious an intense struggle had occurred. Xana was obviously deceased. There was blood smeared on various items in the room and all over the floor, smeared on various items. Oh my gosh, there was blood cast off on the walls in various places, including above Xana's body. Yikes. That means it gushed up. It gushed up. So you can imagine the injuries that make your body do that. Plus, as he's going after her, you have the
Hostile. Yeah.
the splatterback. Xana was on her back on the floor in the center of the room with her head towards the west. So that would be towards her bedroom. So she was laying on the floor. Okay. Laying on the floor face up with her head facing towards her bedroom. I don't know when we go into more about Xana's injuries and stuff, I don't know how you didn't know that something bad had happened. Honestly. I don't. I'm gonna say one thing real quick. When it came to the impact statements yesterday, and I don't care if people hate what I'm saying. When I heard Bethany talk about her friends and what took place and how she's affected and what they were like and how she will always love them, and then she said, you know, this is what was actually taking place with me that morning. I felt for her. Okay, because when I heard her say that and I heard her impact statement, I was like, you know what? I believe her. I believe that she had no clue. I believe it. When it comes to Dylan, I'm just going to be honest. It was all about her. There was no explaining her side of what took place. It was all just about how much of a monster he is and how much she affected him. So that was the one person that I really, because as we're going to be going through this stuff, it's going to be hard for you to understand how somebody didn't hear or see any of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so when it comes to the impact statements, I'm just saying it. There was nothing that made me feel that she couldn't have heard or seen it after her impact statement. After Bethany's, I believe you. I believe you. I really do. But after Dylan's, I'm sorry. And with Xana laying there in the hallway, face up, with what they're describing that they walked into all over the walls. Your friend's laying face up and you got injuries all over. And you didn't see her? You didn't see it?
I don't know. I mean, also, I mean, as we'll read further, when we get to Nunez's statement, we'll find out that it seems like, unless I'm misunderstanding something, it seems that like Dylan was a little bit confused about who was who. It seems like she thought that Xana was Kaylee, and that Kaylee was Xana. But you'll see what I mean later if you haven't read it. But I don't know if she was just really confused. Like, I don't know. I have to say, and it's just my opinion, I didn't react the same way to Bethany's statement the way that you did. I didn't feel that. I think I felt a little bit more sympathetic to Dylan, actually.
Wow. We should have a show on that.
Because we've always had that opposite. So
we should have a show on that, because that's how I felt after Bethany's, and then that's how I felt after Dylan's. Of course she's traumatized. I mean, why wouldn't she be? But we're talking 8 hours delay.
Yeah.
And that's your friend. So yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah.
Because you're telling people out there to not worry about calling 911 until 8 hours later. Is that a good message? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, Bethany, I get, she was downstairs already. She was down there. It wasn't taking place directly above her head, and it was on those other floors. So she was just as far away from the middle of the action as much as Kaylee and Maddie were upstairs. Dylan, right there, you're right in the middle of everything happening.
Yeah.
And one of them happened not only right above your head, but also right outside your door. 8 hours? No.
Yeah. I still think it's weird that Bethany phoned Dylan. I feel like she did hear something, even though she says she didn't. And I feel like, I don't know. Look, I don't want to.
Katie's face. How do you not hear that?
Yeah. But I mean, when it comes to the victim impact statement, I almost got the impression that she wanted to write something down so that she could explain her inaction. And that was more important. Like, that was a big part of her motivation to do the statement, not only for, victim impact. I feel like she needed to say why to defend herself, but indirectly. And I don't know, I just didn't like that.
I didn't hear her defend herself at all.
No, I feel like
I heard
in terms of just in terms of explaining the toothache and why she called her dad and stuff like that. I found it strange that was in there. I did.
That's all they have to do.
Yeah.
You can, like Love Tina says, you can literally dial it and drop your damn phone and they come.
That's amazing.
You don't even have to say anything. You can, Rosie, you can call them and hang up and they show up.
If you call them here and you speak to them, they won't come.
Yeah. So, you didn't even have to, there's somebody in my house. You didn't even have to do that. You could have literally called and dropped your fucking phone, hung it up, whatever. Yeah, they have to respond.
Still
8
amazing.
hours. I'm sorry. 8 hours was not. Yeah, we should have a show on that sometime and we need some kind of like judge, and we can present our arguments, and I'll present how Bethany was legit and Dylan no,
Yeah,
and you can explain the other side.
we should do
Right?
that.
We have to have a panel of 3 judges though, so 3 judges can decide, and then 2 out of 3 wins. Because we'll have an argument on each side of why we feel this, and we can have little videos for our presentations and stuff. Damn straight. Because I'm sorry, that
We'll
is
do
not
them
the
probably.
message we need to send people to not call 911.
Yeah. No, I know.
No, not at all. All right. Xana was on her back on the floor in the center. Oh, let me zoom back in so I can read it up front. Let me see here. Xana was in her underwear and a long sleeve gray shirt. Both her shirt and underwear were covered in blood. Xana's face and body was covered in dried blood. So there was already reds, you know. I could see what appeared to be defensive. And why would Hunter grab a knife as soon as he walked upstairs as well? You know what I'm saying? You go to the kitchen and grab a knife before you find out about Xana because you saw what took place already before you even went and seen her. Again, yeah, we're gonna have that show. Xana was on her back. She was in her underwear and long sleeve gray shirt. Both her shirt and underwear were covered in blood. Her face and body were covered in dry blood. I could see what appeared to be defensive wounds on Xana's hand. There was a deep gash on Xana's left hand between her pointer finger and thumb. A particularly covered a partially covered male was on the bed and also obviously deceased. I believe this male to be Ethan. The midsection of Ethan's body was covered with a blanket. So he was laying on the bed just where his stomach and his buttocks was covered from a blanket. Ethan's head wasn't visible and appeared to be between the bed and the south wall. So the south wall would have been where the parking lot is. Okay, so if you're looking at their room from the not the back parking lot, you're looking at the room as you're walking into the first floor. You're looking up at the room. Ethan's head was facing towards the back parking lot. That's why there was drips coming out from the house, because that's where Ethan's head was at. So if the bed was up against that wall, which is what we've all known or have thought this whole time, based off the different images and the breakdowns, then that means that his head was between the mattress and the wall where they lay their head at when they go to sleep. So there was obviously some kind of struggle there too to create room between the mattress and that wall that his head was down under. So they could not see his head. The midsection of his body was covered with a blanket. His head wasn't visible and appeared to be between the bed and the south wall. There was some cast off at what appeared to be arterial blood spray above where Ethan's head was located. So when they're going to talk about the injuries, you'll see the injury that took place. It's obvious that there would be a massive amount of blood coming out from that specific injury, and also there would be a massive amount of blood loss very quickly with that injury as well. And so that's why you saw what you saw. I proceeded upstairs to the 3rd floor, where I met Officer Nunez and Warner. Officer Nunez and Warner advised the residence was clear of any additional people. There was a dog belonging to Kaylee in the 3rd floor west bedroom, which has access to a 3rd floor deck. The deck has no exterior access to the ground level unless you want to lunge yourself, because it's not that hard. Plus, you had a couple cinder blocks there to help you out. I asked Corporal Snyder to cordon off the area and Officer Nunez to start identifying the subjects that were on scene when he arrived. I asked Officer Warner to start a crime scene log at the front entrance. Once Officer Smith arrived on scene, I asked him to stand guard at the kitchen sliding door, which I later learned was ajar upon our arrival. So, upon their arrival, the door was open, which is what we've always heard. Let me see here. On the third floor, I went to the southeast bedroom where Officer Nunez and Warner advised they found two females, whom I believed to be Kaylee and Madison. Both females were obviously deceased. I observed Kaylee lying on the north side of the bed, and Madison lying on the south side of the bed with their heads toward the east. So if you're going in and you're looking at their bedroom, where where Maddie's window is with the boots and the M, that's facing the back parking lot. Again, that is south. So based off of this, Kaylee is laying on, if you're walking into Maddie's room and her bed's to your left and the window's to the right, Kaylee is on the left side. Maddie is on the right side, and both of their heads are facing in the direction towards the headboard. Okay, because that's east. So you're walking in, they're laying there, both of their heads are facing towards the headboard. There was a large pool of blood near Kaylee's midsection. There was blood cast off on the east and north walls above Kaylee and Madison. Obviously, it's the wall, the corner of the wall where the bed was up against. That is the wall. That is the same wall. That is the wall of the bathroom, and then also that wall above the headboard. That's where most of the blood existed, and we know that because Madison's mother talks about the Idaho sweater that Maddie was wearing in that last photo, and she was able to get at least that item back, but couldn't get a lot of the other ones back because of contamination. Madison, so we know that there wasn't any blood towards the window and her desk where the sweater was sitting on the chair. Madison appeared to be laying up against Kaylee. Okay. Madison had what appeared to be wounds to her forearm and hands. Madison had a gash under her right eye, which appeared to go from the corner of her right eye to her nose, from here to here. As she's laying down, Kaylee was unrecognizable as her facial structure was extremely damaged. And again, like what I heard from that first month and this to this is basically, and it's so sad too, you know, like it's a sick world, man. I asked Officer Nunez to close the door to the bedroom so the dog did not try to disturb the scene. So the dog was in fact there when they showed up. Okay. Other than that action, MPD patrol officers left the scene as it was found. I was later confirmed with OFC Nunez that no EMS personnel entered prior to my arrival. I contacted Captain Barrett. Remember Mr. Barrett? Oh, he'll always be the leak to me. I contacted Captain Barrett and advised him of the situation. Captain Barrett said he would activate detectives and get more resources en route. Uh-oh. Captain Barrett, the leak. Once Detective Sergeant Lawrence arrived on scene, he requested one of the responding patrol officers begin writing a search warrant, which was assigned to Officer Nunez. Corporal Snyder was assigned to take initial photos of the scene, while Officers Smith and Warner remained as security at both entrances. I collected the dog from the third floor and took it outside. LSCO Department Olson transported the dog to the Humane Society on my behalf. So that's how. Oops, excuse me. That's how. That's how Murphy ended up going to the Humane Society.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I know it's StreamYard and the BS crap. I hate to do it, but man, I think I'm gonna have to pay for EVMUX again and see if I can make that work. I don't know. It's just not.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad. It's not. It's like you think maybe if it's a short time it'll improve, but that's just not happening, right?
No, it's been a month straight now. There's a lot of updates, but there's no fixes to the bugs, so it just
Keeps accumulating bugs. Yeah.
yeah. So sorry you keep getting kicked out. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's freezing for me and then disappears. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
trying to
what
go
it was.
out and in as well.
That's what it's doing to me too. Officer Nunez was interviewing a large group of individuals, which were associated with the residents. Officer Nunez asked that I finish getting contact information for the individuals I contacted and later added the following names to this call. And then you see all the redactions there. Once those individuals' names were collected, they responded to the MPD to be interviewed by detectives. I assisted with a canvass of the area and was assigned at the southernmost apartments at such Queen Road. I contacted the residents following apartments, whom claimed they didn't hear anything blank and blank. I attempted contact at the following apartments with no response blank and blank. There is no apartment blank or blank. Nobody was saying anything, and others didn't hear anything. And I saw somebody dropped a comment a few minutes ago about, well, then how did the roommates not hear anything if the audio was picked up on 1112 Ring camera and it goes the same as well? How was it picked up on Ring camera, but the audio, you could hear the stuff that was going on, but nobody heard anything out there too. I remained associated with the call and assisted with the scene security till approximately 1800 hours. And then I'll scroll through this here. All right, and we're done with that one. So that was page 1. Let me get page 2 up here. Hold on 1 second. Uh-oh. Is it messing up? Well, this is actually... Oh.
I can't see anything.
Let's see. Okay, so let me see here. All right, so this is actually page 1. I apologize. That was like what we just read was the general narrative. Now this is supplemental 1. The supplemental narrative, page 1. All right, so here's this. Is that zoomed in? I think we're good.
Mm-hmm. That's
okay.
Good.
Initial response. Here's the list here. Now here's also. Let me see here. Okay, so this is another. This is Gunderson. Let's see here. Hold on. Corbin Smith. All right, here we go. So this is Corbin Smith. On 11/13/2022 at about 1200 hours, I responded to 1122 King Road in reference to possible homicide victims. Officer Nunez had arrived on the scene and found a total of 4 deceased individuals. Officer Nunez informed other units he believed this to be a homicide. When I arrived, I entered the residence and went to the second floor. I observed a female wearing a sweatshirt and underwear laying in the middle of the bedroom floor covered in blood. I observed deep lacerations indicative of defensive wounds on the female's hands. The female was surrounded by blood on the floor. I observed a male laying on the bed. The male appeared to have suffered from wounds and a laceration to the neck. The male was covered in blood, and the bedding around him was soaked in blood. In the third floor bedroom, I observed 2 females laying in bed, which appeared to have been stabbed to death. The female laying on the left half of the bed, as I looked at it from the doorway, was unrecognizable. So, as he's walking in, he can notice Kaylee's face.
Yeah.
So, even though Kaylee's head is facing towards the east, he can still see it. So she is up against the corner, and her face is obviously visible to the doorway. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. Oh.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like our faces don't have that much bone.
Yeah.
Gosh, man. You know, it's one thing to think of something blunt, but to also think of something.
I was surprised.
You know what I'm
I was
saying?
very surprised to see that as well.
I'll always think she was the target.
Yeah.
The second female, her face was completely disfigured and stabbed several times. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. That's how horrific. That's how horrific. The dude was like trying to figure out what the hell he was even, and what could have done that. Oh my lord. It's hard to think about. That's what I'm saying when it comes to this. Kind of like when I started off in the show about the passion, Rosie, and the investment. How do you get that much investment to do some sick ass twisted shit like that to somebody's face, man?
I don't know. I mean, I've never heard of such hate.
It's beyond. It's beyond like a certain level. Like that shit is, you know, to not only, yeah, it had to have. I mean, that's one of the reasons I wouldn't mind writing to him just to try and understand, like, how does somebody even get, like, even though you're a killer, how do you get there, bro? Like, how do you get there? Like, that is, You think about the rage and the passion that is involved with that specific attack. How do you get there as a killer? How do you get there? What makes that switch flip on, you know? Serious.
I don't know.
How do you get there? I was assigned to hold security. I was assigned to hold security at the rear slider door. This was the alleged point of entry of the suspect. I observed very large footprints in the snow. Okay, this is what's weird. It didn't snow till the next day.
Really?
Yeah, it didn't snow till the next day.
I don't know.
So, yeah, you found footprints in the snow. I used a tape measure in the shoe size measured approximately 13 and a half to 14. But there was no snow when he did this crime, so I'm confused on that. You look like you're gonna say something. Go ahead. I'm a little confused.
I mean,
It's not my report. I'm just a little confused. There was no. We looked up the weather. I looked up in the very beginning. I looked up. It was some old looking website. It was that kept. It was like a nerdy website that kept track of the barometric pressure and the precipitation by hour and all that stuff. And yeah, it was a little chilly. I think it was when he committed the crime, if I remember correctly, because this is 2.5 years ago that I looked at this. If I remember correctly, it was like 28 degrees specifically when he committed that crime. 28 degrees specifically. But the precipitation didn't happen until a couple hours after he was already gone.
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
So,
I mean, I suppose it could have been someone else.
well, yeah, it was one of the students probably, or some people walking over. I mean, it just happened to fit. And I think this is what, obviously, when we come across this stuff, there's going to be some stuff that just kind of fits with it.
Yeah.
Just kind of fits with it. But, yeah, the snow was after, so that's weird. The footsteps went to and from the rear slider door. I observed the trail of the footsteps head away from the slider, then turn right around a stump in the backyard and lead toward the front of the house. Okay, so those wouldn't be his footsteps. Because the stump, I would show it on. See, I would have shown my footage in different parts of our discussion. I'm just afraid it's gonna
Can't risk it.
screw everything up. Okay, so if we're in that back parking lot, and I'm parked where I'm parked, where you know where I'm parked at in my footage, but if you don't, I'm pulled up right behind the trees between the house and the parking lot. Right up against, so I'm like literally 10 feet from the house. There is a huge tree stump that is off to the left of the cement slab for the sliding glass door. So it would be in the west direction. And it's the tree stump is probably 5 to 7 feet west of that cement slab. So you know how that cement slab comes out from the deck. That's another 5-6 feet. Then you got another 5 to 7 feet, and then you got that tree stump. Now that is going in the direction of 1126. So if you're going off of what it's saying right here, they're saying that those footsteps came out the second floor sliding glass door, walked around towards 1126, around the tree stump, and then towards the front of the house, not even towards where he supposedly parked in the back. It has the footsteps leading in the complete opposite direction than the back parking lot behind the house. So I don't know, those footsteps, that doesn't sound like somebody. I'm sorry, if you're committing that crime, you're not going to go around the front of the house to go to the back parking lot. You're going to walk up the frickin' 3 steps of that little hill and you're at your damn car already. You're not going to walk around the front of the door. Let me see. I observed the trail right around the stump and then lead toward the front of the house. I observed a set of small handprints on the window to the east of the slider. The screen to this window appeared damaged and was laying on the ground. That's the screen that you see at the from the backyard. You see the screen laying on the ground next to the grill and the 2 cinder blocks that were used to lunge himself up on the 3rd floor deck. But anyway, I located smudge fingerprints on the glass slider door. There was a discarded black backpack in the backyard. I photographed these items and attached them to the case. Discarded black backpack. That's interesting. I maintained Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I wonder if it was even relevant. It might have been a coincidence as well, especially with the handprints being small. Like, I don't think he would have had small handprints.
They weren't using the black backpack. They were just using the skin cell from the sheath. So I doubt anything of significance was found on that black pack or the black backpack. I maintained rear security until I was relieved by Officer Warner. The only person to enter from this point was Captain Lanier at about 15:27 hours. All right, so there's the certify November 16th. Those footsteps, it's a bunch of nothing. All right, we're going to go to page 2. Hold on 1 second. Supplemental narrative. Number 2. Okay, I forgot how much I zoom it in. Nope, I need to go one more. Okay. So this is Eric Warner's statement. On 11/13/22 at approximately 11:58 hours, I responded to a report of an unconscious person at 1122 King Road. Dispatch advised a female was passed out from intoxication and not waking up. No, they weren't. Hunter said that she wasn't breathing. An unconscious individual. Where's this? Dispatch advised a female who passed out from intoxication and not waking up.
Wasn't that not said by somebody on the call? She's not waking up.
The 911 call? Maybe that's where they...
Yeah, I think that's where they got it from, because somebody did say she's not waking up, which was her not wanting to put it into words that...
Yeah, but it was called in as an unconscious person.
Yeah, I guess that's where they got it from.
A short time, well, yeah, because of the 911 call. I'm just saying it wasn't called in as an unconscious person. It was just advised that there was a male seen, advised a female was passed out, not waking up, which is, I don't know, it's just interesting. Dispatch advised there was a male seen in the room with the female last night. A short time later, dispatch advised the female was not conscious and not breathing. As I arrived, Officer Nunez advised over the air it appeared to be a homicide. I saw a small group of females outside the home in the parking lot. One female advised the roommate was on the second floor and needed help. I went to Officer Nunez's location at the west bedroom on the second floor and passed a male in the living room, later identified as HJ. Hunter, obviously. Officer Nunez advised the female and a male in the bedroom had blood on them and appeared to be beyond help. I walked out of the bedroom towards Jay and saw a clean steak knife on a beer pong table. I pointed out the knife to Nunez. Jay said he got the steak knife from the kitchen because he arrived and saw the female on the bedroom floor covered in blood and did not know if there was anyone else present in the room. Jay said he checked the room with the knife for protection. So again, as soon as he walked up, he noticed it enough to grab a knife. Officer Nunez and I walked to the first floor entrance with H. I asked the females, and H, obviously, they're both Hunter and Jackson. He's just going from last name to first name. Kind of sloppy, in my opinion. But anyway, I asked the females and H if there was anyone else in the apartment, and they did not know. I told Officer Nunez the home was not secure, and we started the process of clearing it. On the third floor in the southeast bedroom, I saw two clothed females laying on a bed on their backs who appeared deceased. That kind of contradicts the other statement, because if Kaylee, wait a minute, or I mean Maddie, how did they not, if they could see, if the previous statement could see Kaylee's face, but just noted that Maddie's head was towards the east, which would mean that she would be on her stomach. But this is saying that he could actually see both of the females
Supine, yeah.
laying in both of their faces. So, a bed, they were lying on a bed on their backs, appeared deceased. One female on the left side of the bed in relation to the bedroom door had an extreme amount of lacerations to her face. Oh my gosh. Just to think about that, not only just, it wasn't just the bashing, it was the sharp object too. Lacerations to her face and upper body, which made her unrecognizable. The other female had multiple lacerations on her upper body and some blood on her face. I walked to the far side of the bed to determine if the female on the right was beyond help. I saw the female's leg was off the edge of the bed and it had lividity. Once I noticed the lividity in the female's leg, I backed out of the room. Oh. Officer Nunez and I checked the rest of the third floor and saw it was clear. There was a poodle in the west bedroom on the bed, which was later taken to the Humane Society by LCSO. And thank you all for joining. I appreciate you very much. Please hit the like if you haven't. After clearing the home, I briefly interviewed Jay. Jay said he was at his apartment and his girlfriend, Emily, received a phone call from one of the girls who lived at 1122 King Road. She said A was called by one of the residents who said they could not wake the female on the floor. Jay said he came over to the home at approximately 11:55. Jay said he saw the female on the floor in the bedroom and did not see the male on the bed, who he identified as Ethan, before grabbing the knife. Jay said he entered the bedroom and checked the female's pulse and found none.
Is it
Oh.
sorry? Is it new to you that they tried to wake her before calling him?
They probably screamed her name.
Okay.
I mean, they weren't. The phone calls weren't going through. The texts
Okay.
weren't being responded. I could see them, like I could see, with there's that half wall, Xana, screaming up there, and she wasn't responding, and without them going upstairs.
Okay.
Let me see here. Where where I lost my place here. 11:52.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Let's see. Jay said he saw the female on the floor in the bedroom and did not see the male. I need to use my cursor for that. And did not see the male on the bed, who he identified as Ethan, before grabbing the knife. Jay said he entered the bedroom and checked the female's pulse and found none. Yeah, I mean, even though there's those injuries, you have to. Jay said he entered the bedroom, checked the female's pulse, found none, said he did not check Ethan, and left the home. Probably because he could see the injuries to not only the blood-soaked bed sheets, but also the injuries to his legs and backside. I stood. Wait a minute. I thanked Jay for talking with me and told him he could go stand with A, who was with the other residents in the front home. When you're doing reports, people, use the first name or the last name. Don't continue to use the first name and the last for everybody you're freaking talking about. It's so sloppy. I'm sorry. I stood by at the end of the front door and started the crime scene log at 12:15 hours. Sergeant Gunderson relieved me for approximately 3 minutes so I could get my gloves during my time at the front door. At approximately 15:02, I was relieved by Officer Rosinski, who took possession of the crime scene log and returned to the station. At approximately 15:28 hours, I came back to the scene and relieved Officer Smith, who was standing at the rear sliding glass door, which was found open when officers arrived. I remained at the back door until I was relieved by Officer Nunez at approximately 16:28, and so there's all of that. Oh, what? Sorry, I can't have. Oh, it's his new mugshot. Cool. Sorry,
I was just thinking that for later.
I can't have that up while I'm doing these documents. So here, let me show you guys this real quick. One of the inmates that they were asked, like, did they think that he could have committed this crime? And they're like, man, he's got those Koberger eyes. So there's the new mugshot. Thank you, Rosie. This is from Brian Etton, and let me retweet that as well. And definitely follow me on Twitter, because any of this stuff that we do go through, and also stuff that I don't go through outside of a live, I retweet and post a lot of stuff on there. So especially retweet. There's a lot of stuff that breaks or comes out when I'm not live. I'm not going to hop on and hurry up and do a 15-minute show with this crappy ass StreamYard. I'll just retweet it. I don't need to be first. But yeah, there's the new mugshot.
Yep.
It's crazy, man. Like, I don't know how
it's
open they always are.
It's weird how different he kind of looks. Like, since pleading guilty. Like I know he actually looks the same, but like
What the
to
hell is
me
it?
now he looks different. Yeah.
Hold on a minute. What's this? What is this? What's this L and L?
Mhm.
Hold on a minute. Look. What is this L and L? What is that? It's a cursive L and a capital L. What the hell is that?
That's not supposed to be there, right?
I don't. Yoli. Linda Lane. I've never seen this. What is that? Large size shirt? Okay, but isn't that normally written like on the back on the inside? That's not lips large size like this like
So everybody else knows your t-shirt size. It's important.
oh, and because we don't teach cursive in schools anymore, they have to have both. Because the kids that don't know cursive now are gonna go, what is this funny symbol? Ain't that sad they don't teach cursive anymore? It's sad, man. Come on now. How are they supposed to read the Declaration of Independence? But yeah, you got the regular cursive L and the capital L. I don't know. That's weird, but man, look at those freaking.
Yeah.
The Cobra Girls. It's like they're so wide open all the time. All right, let's get back to these docs. Let me pull up the next one. Thank you for that.
Sure.
All right, so this is law supplemental number 3. Get that in the middle, and I need. Yeah, his sister's eyes are the same way. Yeah, they are. They have like it's so. Do I have a picture? I think I have a picture. Hold on. They do look so alike, man. Is this it?
One of the sisters.
Yeah.
I mix up the names. The other one, I feel like he doesn't really look a lot like that.
Yeah, this one right here. The one that was at court. So look at the lips. Now her nose is a little skinnier, but it's the same style as nose, the same eyes, the same mouth. Let me see here. So here's the photo. Here's the photo of her. See, the same nose, the same eyes. Obviously, she probably plucks her eyebrows. The same mouth. They got the same little dimple stuff right up there towards, the.
Yeah.
But yeah, the same open ass eyes, man. Those are huge eyes as well. So when we go back to this one, yeah, it's the wide open. Wide open.
They do look alike.
There's the new muggy. All right, let me get up page 3 here. Let's see here. Number 3. All right. Let me see. Narrative 11/13/22, approximately 11:56. I responded to an unconscious subject at 11:22 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. Upon my arrival, I found a large gathering of people in the parking lot. I immediately north of what? Gathering of people in the parking lot immediately north of the 1122 King Road residence. 1122 King Road is a white 3-story single-family residence with multiple bedrooms. The 1122 designation is located directly above the front door facing north. I was directed to a bedroom on the second floor by HJ in the northwest corner to locate the unresponsive female. Upon entering the room, I observed a female laying supine on the floor next to a bed. According to DM, this female was likely Kaylee. D also lived at 1122 King Road. I observed dried blood surrounding Kaylee's body and signs of cutting trauma to her face. Kaylee was covered in so much I wasn't able to immediately discern where any additional injuries would have likely been. Kaylee was apparently deceased due to her pale skin color, rigid body tone, and apparent blood loss. And that's crazy. Like, they could tell from the skin color and the body tone.
Yeah. And this is what confused me so much in the beginning. But at the end, they explained that it was a confusion between Kaylee and Xana. So he's actually looking at Xana. But Dylan gave him the wrong name.
Oh, okay.
Because it took me a while.
Oh, yeah. With the just of where she was located. That's right.
Yeah.
Gosh, I mean, just already from the pale skin and the that's quick. That's actually pretty quick. On the bed in the same room, I observed Kaylee. I observed Xana. I observed a male lying supine on the bed. According to D, the male was likely Ethan. D said Ethan was commonly at the residence. I observed blood covering portions of Ethan's legs, surrounding his body, and the bed sheets and drops of blood on the wall near Ethan's head. As I backed out of this room, H showed me a kitchen knife and said that he had it in his possession. I told H to leave the knife and go back down the stairs to the front entrance. Officer Warner and I moved to visually clear the residence for any suspects or additional victims. On the third floor, Officer Warner and I found two additional, apparently deceased females, both lying supine in a bed. The bedroom was on the southwest corner of the third floor, according to D. These two females were likely Xana and Madison. One of the females showed an apparent traumatic injury to her face due to the basic facial structure being unrecognizable. Both females showed very pale skin. Both females were covered in dry blood and apparently deceased after the residence was deemed safe. Officer Warner and I exited the residence to secure it in the immediate area, to include the parking lot immediately to the north of the residence. And I'm not surprised that there's all these typos too, because this guy, the report is just, it's all over the place. I walked outside and began interviewing D. D told me at approximately 0400 hours she heard a voice scream, and she believed it to be Kaylee's. So she heard a scream.
Seemed like it, yeah.
I right here. She heard Kaylee scream and announced there was somebody inside the residence. So she. Why didn't we hear that in the PCA? We heard.
There's a couple of things that are in here that seem a little different. Also, just like what is different as well is in this document, specifically his statement here, Dylan, you guys will see it just now, Dylan mentions, according to him, the balaclava straight away, which is not what the defense claimed. They claimed that it came up later. So there's a few things in here that I was surprised to see, like the scream and a couple of things. I don't know if he's confused or
Well, it kind of sounds like a situation. Let me know if you think this is. Sorry, I had to refill my coffee. It kind of sounds like a situation. So, in one of my management jobs, In one of my management jobs, I ran the whole building of what was, the work that was being done. I ran the whole building. There was something that was happening between two of the workers. Okay. They were both male, and one of them was in a position of authority, and the other one was one of my employees. So, in order to try and protect this person that was in a position of authority in that particular situation, that I was asked to write some reports. Not only was I asked to write some reports, I was also asked to include or fill in certain things in these reports. That's when I quit, because there was no way that I was going to take a previous report, because I had a lot of reports that I had to do, and so when we're talking about this employee, there was reports, not necessarily bad, reviews, things like that, where they wanted me to go back in previous reports and add stuff, so that way reports from the past kind of led up to the reports that they were asking me to make. And I'm not about that shit. And I just quit right on the spot. I wasn't doing it. I was like, you can find somebody else. I don't even want to work for you anymore. If this is how you operate, I'm sorry. I don't even want to be around you guys. I just quit. I went and found something else that same day. It kind of sounds like there's a little bit of that going on in these documents, even though they're being written as November 16th. How in that, especially the first one was the footprints, 13 and a half to 14.
Yeah.
Like there's stuff that it seems like it's added after the fact is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and maybe even removed after the fact as well. Because like when I was reading it, I also noticed that when it comes to the sheath, because I read the first 50, they just start talking about it. There's no statement that describes it being found. It almost does feel like things have been added in and taken out with some of these reports.
Yeah, so that it fits at the end, and it shows. Yeah, it shows like some kind of that's what I just. And the footprints in the snow started it off for me. Okay, I just wanted to see if you felt that way too. Let me see here. Told me she and that's kind of weird how they didn't put that in the PCA, that she heard a scream and then Kaylee say somebody's inside the residence. So when we're looking at the PCA this whole time, why wouldn't they add in the PCA that they heard a scream and then somebody was inside the residence? How are you're helping the investigation if you're adding that scream to it, right?
Yeah.
So why was it not included in the original Exhibit A?
Are you frozen or am I frozen?
You might be frozen. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. I might not be frozen, and I might be frozen.
Oh, you're not. You're unfrozen now, but you were frozen. But it might be me. Sorry.
Sorry. Hold on. I'm trying to. It's there. There's so many distractions with StreamYard. It's hard to even keep track of the discussions. I just lost track of what I was.
About the scream not being in the PCA is the last I heard, and then it got all stuck.
You both sound okay. Okay. Yeah, that would have been added, and I don't understand why it wasn't added. And the only reason that I can think that it wasn't added is because they wanted to protect Dylan. Because that takes on a totally different when you're reading the PCA and you hear, I thought somebody was playing with the puppy. That's the first thing you see. I thought somebody was playing with the puppy. Then the next thing that you see is, or that you read is, I think somebody's here. That's more like, I think somebody's here. Like, I don't know if anybody's here. I think somebody. That's a different meaning than a scream and an announce that somebody's here. That's like she said it as soon as he walked in the damn room.
Yeah.
How does that, you scream and somebody's inside? How does you not get ready to call 911? I don't. So it's weird that they left that out, but I think they did it for a reason. They wanted to protect, because you know how much backlash she would have got if everybody would have known from the very beginning that I think somebody's here was followed up after a scream. I think it takes on a completely different meaning. DM said she could hear Kaylee run from the 3rd floor down the stairs to the 2nd floor in the northwest bedroom. She obviously meant Xana. Or it could be this guy's shit notes, because he's obviously horrible at writing reports. Dee said that she locked herself in her bedroom and continued to hear a commotion. Dee said she eventually stopped hearing a struggle and heard a male voice say, "You're gonna be fine. I'm gonna help you. You're gonna be fine. I'm here to help." What? I wonder, because this is obviously him taking the statement from Dylan, right? He's the one talking to Dylan. He's the one taking the statements. How do you get, "You're going to be fine. I'm going to help you"? When we're going back to the PCA, that's not word for word what it says.
Yeah.
It's not. Dee said after a few minutes, she peeked out of her bedroom and observed a male described as approximately 6 feet tall, slim build, with a black ski mask leave the 2nd floor patio area. So this says leave the 2nd floor patio area. It doesn't say walk towards the patio door.
I mean, all the PCA says is that he passed her door. So it comes back to that thing you were saying earlier about how it's been written after the fact. Because again, with the ski mask being in there, when we've heard before that wasn't mentioned in the first interview, but he's talking about the first interview, it comes back again to, it's like he's got additional knowledge when he wrote this. He didn't write it at the time.
Slim build, even. That, does Koberger look athletic, like they stated in the PCA as part of the statement? No. He looks slim. This right here, that is a description. 6 feet tall, slim. That's BK. I don't see athletic in BK. I'm sorry. I never have in any of these photos that I've ever seen of him. He looks thin and slim. This patio door was likely left open as it was found upon my arrival. I interviewed an additional roommate, BF, who told me she was at the residence during the commotion. She said she was on the 2nd floor in the living room watching Vampire Diaries with Dylan. And an unidentified person named LB said at approximately 200 hours on 11/13 22, Madison and Kaylee came home from a night out at the corner club bar, located in Moscow. B said she also believed Madison and Kaylee went to the Grub Wandering Kitchen truck. What the that's Grub Wandering Kitchen truck. Is that what it's really called? Is that the technical?
So. I think. Well, I've seen it called the Wandering Kitchen, and I've also seen it called the Grub Truck. So I don't know if you just combined the two names.
On Twitter, on their own Twitter page, they're called Grub Truck.
I don't know.
So that's weird because on their own Twitch it said Grub Truck. so let me see here. Let me see. Wonder Truck. She said she and Madison let Madison's dog out, Murphy. See, it was Kaylee's. Dude, this dude is horrible at notes. Sometime between 0200 hours and 0230. B said during this time she observed no suspicious activity. B said she returned inside while Madison was still outside with Murphy. B said that she went to bed around 2:30. B said Madison came into her bedroom sometime after 2:30 hours to ask if she knew where Murphy was. B said she told Madison no, and Madison left. B said she woke up in her bedroom, which was located on the first floor, to a sound she described as a firecracker and a flash. She said she initially thought that sound was a prank. A firecracker and a flash. Where would this firecracker and a flash come from?
I don't know. I don't
know. And they couldn't find Murphy. That's weird too.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I was just saying because it is the first that we're hearing about this firecracker sound, and I mean this is not the only report of it. I think Bethany heard it. I don't know. I'm getting a bit confused, but that's also something, like you said, you would have expected that to be in the PCA because it is showing some kind of disturbance.
Yeah. It is. It's a shot. It's a shot with a pew pew.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing that sounds like a firecracker that comes with a flash.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be pretty experienced to know the difference between the two sounds. I don't know. That was something that really confused me when I first read this, because that's something you really would put in the PCA. But yeah, they didn't.
And that was around, it doesn't say what time she woke up. That was sometime between 2:30 and when she woke up at 4.
Mm-hmm.
But why was there no call about? Because that's pretty early in the morning for a shot to go off.
Yeah, that's why they're saying that they thought it was a prank, to explain why there was no call.
According to B, phone log she showed me, B called Xana at 4:21, Ethan at 4:22, Madison at 4:22, Madison again at 4:30, and then Kaylee at 4:31. B said she never received an answer on each phone call. B said she went back to sleep and woke up around 11:56. Initially, I was told Kaylee was likely located on the second floor bedroom. These notes, dude. Oh my gosh. Was told And you know this is him messing it up. I don't think Dylan's going, yeah, that was Kaylee, and really it was Xana.
Right.
That's not. It's this guy. His shit notes. I was told. So it'd have to be Xana. Was likely located on the second floor bedroom with Ethan after comparing Dee's initial statements with other investigators, officers' observations. It appeared to actually be Xana that was located on the floor of that bedroom. Right. So just say that you took shit notes, bro. I also observed the following vehicles in the gravel parking lot. And then here's all the vehicles. Let me see. Yeah, she did, Yoli. Remember when I think it was her cousin had called and said that she had gotten shot at first. That's right. Yep, in the very beginning. Yeah, when they first found out. Chronicles of Olivia, actually. I think that was the interview where Christie stated that about the shot. I was originally assigned to identify all of the people in the area. However, I was reassigned by Sergeant Gunderson to begin the search warrant application process. I provided the above information in the search warrant application at approximately 16:28. I returned to 1122 King Road to assist with securing the southwest patio entrance. I took responsibility from OFC Warner in documenting who entered and exited the residence. I provided this documentation on a notepad and maintained the log until I was relieved by OFC Morris at approximately 1750. The following information is in the rear patio entry log from 17 hours until 21:15, and then there's all the entry. All right, and there's that. And then let me switch to this. Busby dropped this. Thank you, Busby. This is the damn, I don't know where you get grub. What did it say? Grub wandering station truck?
The grub wandering kitchen truck, I think.
Wait. That's pretty damn cheap, man. Dude, that is pretty cheap for, like, considering how much meals are these days out and about. That is not a bad price, actually. Oh, it
Here,
is.
just the wandering kitchen. It says grub wandering kitchen.
Okay, yeah. So that, yeah, grub wandering kitchen.
But not truck. I don't know.
Yeah, it does, and it says it right here. Grub wandering kitchen. What? Okay, it's just the grub truck. So it's okay. So this is the website link to it. Grub truck. The grub truck. That's probably, I never noticed that this whole time. Maybe it's just from the website the website handle, but it actually does say wandering.
If you Google it, there are some places where it's just called the Wandering Kitchen as well. So I don't know if they like changed their name or something, but they are both. I just haven't seen both names together, like the Grub Wandering Kitchen truck. That's new.
Isn't it weird?
Yeah.
What's up, typically? We're just going through these documents. If you're not busy, you're more than welcome to hop up. You too, Yoli, if you want to. You're more than welcome to hop up if you want. All right, let me go. Okay, so I think we're on number 4.
Yes, we are.
All right, hold on. Let me. Okay, number 4. Okay, oh, hold on. I got to open it up again. All right.
Number 4 also talks about the footprints.
Number 4. All right, hold on a second. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Actually, I'm going to have to... Because that goes really small. All right. Let's see, I go to the window. All right, there. Okay, and then here, scoot it over a little bit. All right. Now it says, let's see here. Okay. On 11, so this is Snyder. This is Snyder's report. On 11/13/22 at about 1200 hours, I responded to 1122 King Road for the report of a unresponsive subject. Upon my arrival, I noticed that there were several college-age subjects out front of the address. I was directed to use the police caution tape to cordon off the crime scene. As I was working around the residence, I noticed the back door was open and there were footprints in the snow coming from the back door on the back porch. Officer Smith took photos of these prints with a measuring tape. He watched the backyard to make sure no one else came into the area. I noticed there are a few footprints that I left, or there were a few footprints that left towards the west of the backyard. This portion of the backyard is connected to the two other residences, 1118 and 1126, both directly to the west. The footprints appear to lead west toward King Road between the residences, but I was unable to see where the footprints went after the yards connected due to the amount of rock landscaping. I also was unable to discern how old these prints were. There had not been recent snowfall, right? There wasn't snow until later on that morning. Now, this is what's weird is, so one statement tells you that the footprints went around the tree stump and then towards the front of the house.
Yeah.
This guy is telling you that the footprints went in the same direction, but then continued to go through 1120, between 1118 and 1126.
Yeah.
So those are two different paths. So same footprints in the area by the patio door. Then one set of footprints goes to the front of the door. The other set of footprints goes towards King Road between. And he says that he lost where the footprints went after because of the rock landscaping between the houses.
Yeah.
Yeah, that number, the dude's gonna leave towards the back. Why is he like? This is what I have to. Who in the hell? Does anybody remember? Because I'd have to go through some old files to even find where I even had that website. Does anybody know exactly what time the snow fell? Because you got two different tracks leading away from the house, away from a back door that was, quote, left open, in two different directions that are not even in the direction of where he parked. Yeah. After snow fell.
Well, that just tells you how many people were coming to the scene when they shouldn't have been.
Well, who in the hell walked up to the back door and left, or out? Yeah, that's right. Well, and typically, remember when we were looking at that drone footage back then, and remember when I noticed that the there's I wish I knew where all these photos were at, because I took photos of the brick where you could see. I was describing the different stains on the landscaping bricks and what that correlated into what actually took place, and you could see that there was a brick that had came off that little landscaping wall from somebody's foot, and you could tell because of the boot print and also the weathering on the bricks. Wish I knew where these photos are at. It would take too long to try and look them up. But yeah, on the drone footage, you can actually see it. We went through it before. I don't know where the photo's at, but trust me, they're there. With Sergeant Gunderson, I entered the residence to continue taking photos of the scene. I entered through the bottom floor main door on the north side. I took photographs of the rooms and living areas of the residence. The photos were downloaded onto a CD and booked into evidence. The photos were labeled in this report with a brief description of each photo. As I was down the road of the address near the King Road and Queen Road intersection, I was approached by a college age. He lived at such an apartment. He stated his such and such lived upstairs at 1122 King Road, and they shared a dog that was there, so you know who that is. Currently, Jack did not appear to have any obvious wounds on his hands, as I would assume the suspect possibly would. Officer Nunez was interviewing subjects about the situation. I asked Jay if he would wait inside Officer Nunez's police car so we could talk with him. He agreed to. I informed Sergeant Gunderson of the circumstance involving Jay. Jay later responded to the police department to be interviewed and then picked up the dog from the Moscow Humane Society shelter. I continued to canvass the area and speak with the neighbors at blank and blank Queen Road, who stated they did not hear anything or see anything relevant. And I'm thinking that was the house at 1112, because there's 3 people standing in the door going.
Right.
And that's probably because they didn't hear anything. One resident stated she was walking home from the corner club at about 300 hours and thought she could hear music or some type of noise, but she couldn't give any clarifying information more than that due to her level of intoxication that night. I spoke with the subjects at blank King Road. The majority of them stated they were out drinking at the corner club and got a ride back to their place at about 1:30 in the morning. I'm just going to say 1:30 in the morning. Went to sleep about 2 in the morning. They did not hear anything out of the ordinary. King Road blank resident blank blank BP stated at about 4 in the morning he heard a barking dog coming from the east of his residence. He believed it was the dog at 1122 King Road, as he thought that was the only dog in the area. He stated the dog sounded like it was outside and was barking for about 45 minutes until he believed someone must have let it inside at 4:45 when it stopped. B stated he had a female with him in bed at the time who also heard the dog barking at this time. I spoke with the residents at I spoke with the residents at blank King Road. PC informed me that they had a camera facing the west of the address that they believe captures a portion of the road. So west would be, obviously it's 12 King Road that they're talking about with that west facing camera. However, they could not get it to work. Or wait, hold on. And they believe captures a portion of the road. They first provided me with the SIM card out of the camera. However, they could not get it to work, and neither could I. They gave me the username and password to the camera. I informed Detective Mowry of the information, and they gave me the permission to access the camera footage and record the necessary surveillance videos. So they were able to access the security camera account. And then based off of the activity that took place, even though it did not transfer to an SD card, there's still a feature on their security where they can go back and it'll replay the disturbance or whatever took place for that camera to activate, which could explain one of the reasons for the shit quality, because it's not something that it's a direct copy, it's a duplicate of a direct, and so you lose a little bit of the footage with that. So that explains the crappy quality of that footage. Okay, so let me see here. Key on retaining wall. Okay, so these are all the photos that they took. I'm just going to kind of skim through them real quick. And this is number 4 out of the first batch. So we're on number 4 out of 50. Let's see, kitchen. Obviously, there's going to be a crap ton of photos.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, there's the end of that one. Hold on, Busby's. Yeah, so it was 28. Yep. Yep, thank you, man. Yeah, I'm curious when it actually, the snowfall, what hour the snowfall took place. And there's obviously, there would be an accumulation of the snowfall. So I would say an hour into when the snowfall started is when there'd be enough accumulation for you to determine footprints and what size of shoe. So an hour after snowfall first started is when I would anticipate that would be the beginning of those being able to be noticed. Come on, StreamYard. So there you go. Thank you for that, Busby. Appreciate it. Yep. 28 degrees right on the dot. All right. 1 second here. Okay, let me go back to this. All right, number 5. All right, number 5. There's 314 docs actually. So we're going to be going through 1 through whatever, and then I'm just going to keep doing the shows, and I'll have the number on the episode, and also what I might do from this point on is also have, because right now I just have 0 through 50 down here at the bottom, but what I'm thinking I'm going to do after this is I could probably start it here in a second as long as StreamYard doesn't F it up. But I'm gonna have each page listed on the screen so you guys can keep track of what page we're covering. So this is number 5. I'm going to go ahead and let me see here. I'll go ahead and start reading this one. I'll try and do it kind of in between or whatever, if I'm able. All right. So this is Dollinger. This is Dollinger. So on November 13th, 2022, at approximately 12:53 p.m., I arrived on the scene at 1122 King Road and spoke with Sergeant Grunderson and Sergeant Lawrence, who gave me a brief overview of the information gathered at the time. Hold on. Sergeant Lawrence informed me that the Idaho State Police were going to assist in the investigation and were organizing to respond to the scene. Sergeant Lawrence responded to the police department to begin interviews. I remained on scene on the perimeter awaiting further information. Approximately 1 hour later, a male approached the scene and began speaking with Sergeant Grunderson. The male was identified as J.K. I overheard J state his daughter lived in the 1122 King Road, and he had been trying to get in touch with her but was unsuccessful. It was also learned J daughter J R K was nearby the scene. I asked J if he and J could come to the police station to speak with me. What's up, everybody? J agreed, and I returned to the police department. I contacted Sergeant Lawrence at the police department and asked if he had the names of the victims. Sergeant Lawrence stated he did and gave me the list. I saw one of the victims' names was Xana A. Kernodle. I then met with Jay and Jay in the interview room off of the police department lobby. Once in the room, I activated the audio and video recording equipment. I asked J and J for their information, and they both handed me their Arizona driver's license. After writing down their information, I asked Jay what the name of his other daughter was. Jay told me her name was Xana. I then informed Jay and Jay, obviously it's dad and daughter of Xana, that Xana was identified as one of the victims and that she was deceased. Both J and J became very upset and were crying heavily. I asked J and J when the last time they communicated. Oh, hold on. I forgot to zoom it in a skosh more. There we go. I asked J and J when the last time they communicated with Xana was, and Jay stated that she texted with Xana on 11/11/22 at approximately 5 p.m. Jay said the text messages were brief and were not of any substance. Jay said he texted Xana on 11/11/22 around 3:40 p.m. and she responded stating she was at work. Jay then told me that he last spoke with Xana on the phone on 11/11 at approximately 9:40 when they spoke about going to the WSU football game. I asked Jay where Xana worked, and he said at the Mad Greek. I asked both J and J if Xana had mentioned anything about having any issues with anyone or anything strange occurring lately. Both J and J said Xana had not said anything. J said Xana had a boyfriend, Ethan Chapman, that's weird, who she had been dating for about 6 months or so. Jay said everything seemed fine with their relationship, and Jay added how he had met Ethan's parents in passing that weekend. It should be noted Jay was in town visiting as he resides in Avondale, Arizona, and it was Washington State University's parents' weekend. I asked Jay and Jay if there was anyone they wished me to contact for them, or if they wished to speak with anyone, such as a member of clergy. Both told me no. I gave them both my business card and informed them our detectives would be in contact with them in the near future. J&J then left the police department. Now, Jasmine was a student at Washington State University, and that is the reason that Jeff was up there visiting. Okay, that was the end of that one. Let me do this real quick, because then after this, all I have to do is change. All I have to do is change one number. So, what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna make a couple. I'm gonna throw this up here real quick. I wanted to play this video of Brian Enton showing you the prison that Koberger is likely going to be at. I'm not sure for sure if this is. I'm thinking this is what it is, but I'm gonna play this for a second while I make a couple layovers that highlights exactly what page we're on as we're reading them, and then once I make a couple of them, it'll literally take me 2 seconds to make one as we go. Oh great. Oh great, it all blacked out now.
We could still hear you. It was just frozen for a little bit. Just your image.
No, I don't even have StreamYard is just a black screen.
Oh, great.
Okay, so maybe I can't. I'm gonna have to back out. I can't even.
Okay.
Okay, give me 1 second, you guys. I apologize.
Sorry, everyone. StreamYard is doing that thing again. Yeah. Nothing about the late night call and pizza didn't seem to come up.
Do that way you don't get cut off. Okay, there we go. Well, I wonder if you put it on Twitter.
Sorry, it sounds a little, like when you're in a tunnel. I'm not sure if it'll just take some time.
Okay, so here's this. Here's the mug shot. Let me I can use Twitter. I guess when I pulled up YouTube it had an issue. So let me see if I can find it. I'm sorry, you guys. I hate the fact that
It's okay. It's still a little muffled. I can't really hear you properly, but a little bit.
Let's see. Hold on. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No. I was just saying I'm gonna quickly go and check on something while you're doing the layovers. I'll be back in like a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to find I wanted to show everybody. I'm trying to find the video of Brian Enton showing everybody what the prison looks like, and I'm trying to find it on Twitter. I don't think he has it on Twitter. I think it's just on YouTube. Okay, sorry, you guys. And it looks like I lost my feed to Twitter as well. This is beautiful. This is so tired of this shit. Now my feed to Twitter's gone. Lost a good 100 and some people watching over there. All right. Let me see if I can. One second. All right, let me try this again. It's gonna happen again. Son of a bitch. Dude. I'm getting really fucking annoyed anymore about this bullshit. Alright. Hopefully this works. Here's his link too. So here's his link as well. Actually, let me cut that off a little bit. All right, there we go. So here's the look at.
Hey guys, so I'm outside the Idaho State Correctional Complex. This is where we believe that Brian Koberger is going to spend the rest of his life. In this episode, I'm going to take you through everything that I saw inside the maximum security prison here inside the complex. We actually got to go in the prison. I was in the prison for about 2.5 hours touring, which is really, really rare. Saw a ton of stuff. We went to a bunch of different cell blocks. We saw some of the areas where Brian Koberger could actually end up living for the rest of his life. And I'm going to walk you through all the details. I'm actually going to sit, it's like windy and really hot out here. I'm going to sit in the car, go through my notes, and tell you everything that I saw. Okay, so let me walk you guys through everything. Basically, we got permission to come out and tour the Idaho Maximum Security Institution, which is on this complex. I'm staying in Boise, Idaho, obviously, for the Brian Koberger sentencing. So we drove out here. It's like about a 25-minute drive to this area where we are called Kuna. It's south of Boise, middle of the desert out here. There's like nothing around where these prisons are. So drove about 25 minutes, came out, started at the guard gate. They checked my ID. We were obviously scheduled to be here, so they let us through. And then there's several different prisons on the complex here. We were obviously going to the Idaho Maximum Security Institution, which is where we suspect that Brian Koberger will be taken. They were very careful not to say that, because at this point, he still hasn't been sentenced and he also has to be evaluated. But this is the prison where the inmates who are the most dangerous, have committed the most dangerous crimes, who need to be in isolation. This is actually where they come. So I went in through the front gate. They've got like several different gates you have to go through. You have to wait in one area, wait for one gate to close, another one opens until you even get to the front door. When I got to the front door, there were metal detectors. So I went through the metal detector, check off my watch and obviously my cell phones and everything. And I was with my cameraman Mo for News Nation. And he, hopefully he wouldn't mind me saying this, but he had contraband actually. He has Zins. And so they were like, oh, this is contraband. So he had to take his Zins back to the car. And so we finally got in. I had to check in my cell phone, so I didn't have my cell phone, and the tour was like 2.5 hours, which was making me kind of neurotic not having my phone. But what I had is I didn't have paper because I always use my phone to take notes, but they gave me a notepad, and I was able to, I'm going to go through these notes now with you guys on this podcast of everything that I saw. So I wrote everything down. My handwriting's terrible, so just bear with me as I kind of go through these. So got through security. The warden met us and we started the tour, walking through the whole facility. The warden has been there for 28 years. It's basically there's the 535 people. That's the capacity. It's the most severe facility in Idaho. It's where, the most dangerous prisoners go. Closed custody, long-term restrictive housing, they call it, part of it. We went into this one unit where basically the prisoners are in these cells for 23 hours a day. They only get let out 1 hour a day. And this is where Koberger could end up. And the reason is because not only are people here because they are dangerous and violent and can't be around other prisoners, which I don't really think Koberger is like that in terms of a prison situation. At least my sources where he's been at other, jails have not said that he was like that. But another reason that he would end up there is because he he has a target on his back. We believe, we've been told, he's a high profile prisoner. All the other prisoners know who he is. He murdered 4 innocent kids, and he could be targeted. So that's the reason that he would end up in a place like this, probably that's totally segregated. So basically these cells you see here, they stay 23 hours inside the cell. They get let out 1 hour a day. You see these chairs. This was kind of interesting. If they want to come out and sit in that chair, they're actually shackled to the chair. And then there were these like cages that almost look like phone booths. Basically, they will sometimes come out and put them in that like cage looking place where they can use a tablet to like do a visitation. The whole thing is very sterile. While we were there, you can see there's also these bean bags that they put at the bottom of the door. And that's because, that's my notes here. Sorry, I'm going to go through these notes to make sure I don't forget anything. But that's because the prisoners do something called fishing. And we actually caught it on camera. It's where they use a string from a blanket or a t-shirt and they put it under the door and they try to fish for something, or they try to send notes to another prisoner. And they also just kind of do it out of boredom. And we saw it happening while we were there. But that's why I specifically asked, like, why do they have these bean bags? And it's to prevent fishing, which that's the name of it. The phone booth cage was kind of alarming. It surprised me though that they all have a tablet. For $100 they can buy a tablet. So even though they're in the cell for 23 hours a day, they have their tablet where they can email, they can listen to music, they can play games on their tablet, and they have that all the time. And then also they can have a TV. So Brian Koberger could have a TV. They have to buy it themselves, but they're allowed to have a TV, and they have basic cable, so they can watch TV whenever they want. Which I don't know why that kind of surprised me. Some people I was telling that to said, "Oh no, I figured they had TV," but I didn't realize they had it all the time in their cell in some of these areas, and that they could buy their own TV.
Wild.
Visitation. So the visitation mostly in that area would happen on the tablets. There was an area with visitation for some prisoners who aren't in solitary, basically, where they could go and talk to a loved one on like an old style payphone with glass. But I don't think that Brian Koberger is going to have that opportunity, at least not to begin with. Again, I don't know for sure, but all indications are he's going to end up in this segregated area, probably for fear that someone may actually hurt him. But again, he has to go through this whole evaluation process, and then they'll decide exactly where he ends up. They call it initial classification. That's what I wrote down. And he could, anybody, even someone convicted of a really serious crime could end up in less serious, less secure custody, something called medium custody. They explained if you have really good behavior in jail, you can still be downgraded to medium custody, even if you are convicted of really, really awful crimes, which I thought was interesting. A lot of what's determined once you're behind bars, where you are, the kind of treatment you get, the privileges you get.
That's wild.
Based on the crimes that you committed. It's based on how
that's wild
once behind bars, which is again something that I didn't fully know. No one gets placed places based on crime.
And that's what's weird. Like, it doesn't matter what you're there for, as long as you can actually get everything downgraded. It's wild.
And many of them will only stay, these prisoners will only stay in the fully restrictive custody for a year. Death row, by the way, is also at the same facility, and all the death row inmates are kept together in the same area. We didn't see them today. They get to go outside for 1 hour a day. In this video, this is the area outside where they go. Again, very basic. The ones that are extremely violent have to stay in these cages that you see right here. They can't even just be outside free. They have to be in the cages the whole time. They don't get to just walk around outside. There hasn't been an escape, by the way. I asked that while we were outside there. There hasn't been an escape since 1991, and I'm not even sure you would classify it as escape. It was someone in this area who I guess they had different chain link fence then and climbed out the top, but didn't make it very far, I was told, before being picked up, like really just out here in the desert. Didn't even really get off the prison property. So so the outside area is very, very basic. I explained that they can buy the tablet. They have basic cable. They can even get a hot pot in some instances. They can buy groceries through the commissary and bring them. They can buy groceries and bring them into their cell. They can have a hot pot. That's all things that I didn't really realize was necessarily allowed. No conjugal visits, by the way. I actually asked about that. Maybe that was a crazy question to ask, but I guess you see it in the movies or whatever, but there are no conjugal visits allowed in Idaho. So that's not an option. There is a library and a computer lab. And, you know, prisoners who are on good behavior can spend time there. So that could be a possibility for Brian Kohberger. It's kind of interesting. While we were there, there's this hunger strike happening in the prison in one of the cell blocks. There are 72 of the prisoners right now on this hunger strike. I guess it's like considered a peaceful protest.
Yeah, because if you look up, and that's it for the. If you look up the prison and see the kind of conditions that are going on, that's why they're having a hunger strike, is because of the living conditions. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of complaints with the conditions of that prison. So I wanted to share that with you. There's the newest mug shot again, and I made a couple layovers here, and we're going to go ahead and get started with the next one. So this is going to be number 6. So let me get that switched. Come on, StreamYard. Is it gonna frickin' work or what? All right, here we go. All right, so can you guys see that okay on with the red?
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
All right. That way we'll have each page listed as we're going through it too. So we'll have the actual subcategory and then the actual file as we're going through. Okay. So this is Aaron Morris. Aaron Morris. On 11/13/22 at around 1 in the afternoon, I was advised by Captain Barrett the leak to respond to work due to a homicide investigation. So he was called in to work. I was told to remain available for calls for service. At around 4:30 in the afternoon, I relieved Officer Rosinski on the north side of 1122 King Road. I was stationed for scene security and helped keep a log of who entered and exited the crime scene. Officer Smith entered at 1700 hours and exited at 1725 hours. ISP Tolbert entered at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and left around 5:40. Corporal Payne entered at 5 o'clock and exited at 5:23. So Payne was only there for 23 minutes. That's according to him. P.A. Jennings, prosecuting attorney Jennings, entered at 5:03 and exited at 5:23. ISP Jake entered at 5:25 and left at 5:38. ISP Gideon entered at 5:25 and exited at 5:39. Sergeant Blaker entered at 5:28 and exited at 5:40. Corporal Payne entered at 5:28 and exited at 5:38. That's interesting. He knows when everybody's coming and going. Okay. Officer Stirk relieved me from the north side of the residence, and I went to the south side to relieve Officer Nunez at around 1800 hours. I stood at the rear of the residence for scene security. I assisted Sergeant Blaker in putting evidence tape On the sliding glass door on the south side of the residence, the tape was to ensure no persons tried to access the scene overnight. I returned to the north side of the residence for the remainder of the night. Once ISP and investigators made their final walkthrough, the residence was secured at 11:44. Officer Rosendahl relieved me and I cleared. NFI other none blah blah blah. All right. Damn, that was quick. Okay, so let me pull up the next one.
Yeah, some of them are really quick. Like there's a few that are just one page.
Yeah, the sanitary, that's the whole thing that they're doing. The hunger strike is the sanitary. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, what'd you say, Rosie?
No, I was just saying that some of them, some of the documents are really quick. They're only like one page.
All right, so let's go to 7. All right, let me bring up the next one. 7. So this says redacted. All right. Okay, so this is number 7. This is John Lawrence. Yeah, with just the initial statements, they're probably just going to be one, maybe if two. Let me see here. On 11/13/2022 at about 1200 hours, Captain Barrett called me and informed me there had been multiple victims of a homicide located in a residence on King Road and requested all available detectives. I called Detective Vargas and was informed she was out of town and would be back in Moscow on Monday morning. I called Detective Mowry and he informed me he would be on his way shortly. I called ISP Lieutenant Mike Mooney and told him I need assistance from ISP detectives in processing the crime scene. Lieutenant Mooney put me in contact with Sergeant Gilbertson. I briefed Sergeant Gilbertson on what I knew, and he told me he would start to assemble his team. I responded to the scene where I met with Sergeant Grunderson. Sergeant Grunderson informed me that the officers were dispatched to an unconscious person at 1122 King Road, and that is when they found 4 deceased college-age people in the residence. I told Sergeant Gunderson I needed someone from his team to return to the police department to start writing an affidavit for a search warrant. Sergeant Gunderson asked Officer Nunez to handle the task. I then did a brief walkthrough of the residence. I entered the residence from the entrance of the north side of the building. Officer Warner, who was securing the scene, logged my entrance into the residence. I then went up the stairs and located a deceased female on the floor and a male in the bed in the west bedroom on the second floor. I climbed the stairs to the third floor and located 2 deceased females in the southeast bedroom. They were both in bed. I spoke with Officer Smith, who was securing the residence, at the south entrance for a moment, and then I exited the residence through the north entrance. Officer Warner noted my departure. I called Sergeant Gilbertson and informed him of the additional information provided to me and what I had seen. I told him MPD would be needing their assistance. I also told Sergeant Gilbertson MPD and an officer writing an affidavit for a search warrant. I returned to the police department where I met with Sergeant Blaker and Corporal Payne, who I had called earlier and requested they responded to the PD. At this time, Detective Mowry was at the police department. I requested that they interview the other occupants of the residence where the deceased were located. There were also several friends of the deceased who had been with the deceased the night before and may have had information of their whereabouts and who they were with prior to the murders. Those interviews started at around 1:48 in the afternoon. Those to be interviewed arrived at the PD about 1:30. I put them in the training room and provided them with drinks and snacks. Captain Lanier arrived and asked me how he could help. I requested he find officers that were not already tasked and complete a canvass of the neighborhood. Captain Lanier took care of the neighborhood canvassing, and you did see him out there with those photos where he was kind of directing everybody. They still never taped up the other side of the parking lot and searched it, and I'll never understand why. At about 2:23, J.K. the blank Xana arrived at the PD. He was informed of Xana's death by Captain Dollinger. Captain Barrett informed me Ethan's family had been notified of Ethan's passing. Captain Barrett asked me to take care of the death notifications for Maddie and Kaylee. Captain Barrett provided me with the information the university had on file for Mogan and Consalves. There were no emergency contact information for either. That's crazy. Why wouldn't there be any emergency, like your mom and your dad? And why wouldn't somebody from the school be like, are you sure you don't want to put anybody down as an emergency? You know, like, yeah, let me put my mom down. I mean, they freaking live just right up north.
Maybe they had each other as emergency contacts.
No, there was no emergency contact information for either.
Okay.
Wow. That's just weird. Very weird to me. So I called Kootenai County Dispatch due to Mogan and Consalves' home addresses being in Kootenai County. I provided M, the KCSO dispatcher of the addresses listed with the University for Madison and Kaylee. Isn't it odd? You know, it's just really weird. Yeah. M told me that she had the names of S and C. G, these are all redacted, listed as residents of the address provided for Kaylee Consalves. I requested a death notification for them. I was contacted by Deputy Mitch Jan from KCSO. He asked what he could tell the parents, and I informed him we knew very little at this time. A short time later, Deputy Jan called me and told me that when he arrived to give the notifications, the parents were already aware. I also provided Madison Mogan's address, and M was not able to locate anyone with the name Mogan at that address. M said she would need to send a Coeur d'Alene PD officer by the residence to make contact because Maddie's mom has a different last name. A short time later, Officer Matt Sinches requested I call him. When I made contact with Officer Sinches, he told he told me S and K and L of Madison Mogan were driving to Moscow. About 20 minutes after my conversation with Officer Sinches, the L Laramies arrived at the PD. Captain Barrett gave the death notification. Captain Barrett requested I interview them. I spoke with S&K in the lobby interview room. They told me they had a great relationship with Madison. She got along with everyone. She had a strong relationship with her boyfriend, JS, who lives in Boise, and that she had just gone to Boise to see him the weekend prior. Madison and Jay had been dating for about a year and a half, and Jay is from blank. I asked if there were any problems with past boyfriends, and there were none. To their knowledge, I asked if Madison had mentioned any stalking behavior from anyone or anyone that made her uncomfortable, and they said she never spoke at anything. The rest of my shift was spent allocating resources they were needed. So again, there was no conversations with anybody about any kind of stalking activity going on.
Yeah.
With her. Give me 1 second. Now let me switch this. We're going to be going to number 8. Let me get rid of that. And man, it's going to take forever to go through all these documents. I'm sure there's some we're going to be skimming through. It's just going to be lists and things like that. But 341.
There'll definitely be a few shows.
Yeah, more than a few, huh? It makes me wonder, like, excuse me, because I've seen some other shows. I mean, how long did we talk in the beginning? Maybe just a half an hour about just other stuff besides. I think maybe is about the half hour mark that we started going into these documents. So we're 3 hours in, and we're only this far. So it makes me wonder if because I've seen other people covering it, and they're just a couple hour episodes going through all 50, or the next 50, or the next 100. And I don't know, maybe they're just reading it and
I think so.
not really like questioning things that are popping up and inconsistencies and stuff like that. So I don't know. I was shocked. I thought that I even had layovers for 51 through 100, thinking that maybe.
I don't think. I don't think so.
Yeah. So I'm trying. Like I said, there will be some that we're just gonna skim through. I know you got to go here shortly too. Let me try and get.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. This is Rosinski. Thanks, Busby. This is Rosinski. Okay. And this is his statement here. On 11/13/22, I received a phone call advising me there was a quadruple homicide at 1122 King Road. I arrived to the Moscow Police Department, put on my police-issued uniform, and relieved Officer Warner at the above address, who was currently holding scene security and maintaining a log of who came in and out of the apartment at the front door, which was on the north side of the apartment. I was on scene for about 2 hours until I was relieved by Officer Morris, who took over my duties. The following day, on 11/14, I learned that a sheath was found inside the apartment. So this is the first time that you see a sheath being mentioned, and it's by a gentleman that just showed up for a few minutes.
Yeah, and he's not the one who found it. He just says it was found.
Yeah, he was only on scene for 2 hours, and that was it. So, but he's the one that's actually mentioning the sheath. So it's kind of weird how like these other statements that we read, right? Because at the end it got down to the bottom. You're seeing 5 p.m., 7 p.m., different times being stated in these reports, but nothing about a sheath, but a whole bunch of other stuff. Footprints around the snow, all sorts of other stuff. Nothing about a sheath until this particular report. The following day is when I learned that a sheath was found inside the apartment. The sheath was tan in color and had a Marine Corps eagle, globe, and anchor (EGA) symbol on the sheath. The words USMC were located under the EGA, and K bar was above the EGA. I was tasked to follow up with businesses in town to see if that particular knife was sold there. I followed up with the Tri-State Outfitters, Big Five Sporting Groups, Moscow Building Supply, Spence Hardware, and Walmart. Each of the above stores do not sell a K-Bar branded knife. Guess who does and who wouldn't have all that shit? A knife show. And no real record of it either. I don't understand why he made that mistake with the digital footprint. If you already know that you're doing it online, well, go to a frickin' knife show. You don't have to show anything. While at a Walmart, I was speaking with a staff member, S, name listed on name tag, who was showing me the knives on display. She told me about 2 or 3 weeks ago, a white college-aged male asked for a black ski mask that would cover his face. She was unable to provide much detail other than he was taller than she was and maybe had tan skin complexion. She said she advised the male that they did not have any black ski masks and only camo. She said the male then walked away. On 11/14 at about 9:45, I spoke with PR at the Memorial Gym. That's not Papa Rogers, you guys. There is no connection. Substation R is currently the blank for the fraternity. I asked R if he could walk me through what he did on the night of 11/12 and the early morning of 11/13. R said at about 6:30 in the afternoon on 11/12 he was at a party. R said the party was at the Treehouse, which is an off-site campus house for the sorority. R did not know the specific address, but said the house is near the Whites' apartments. R said at the party he saw E and A, who was with E, boyfriend of unknown name, maybe H. R said A was the only member of blank blank that he recognized at the party. R said he left around 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock at night. R said he went back to blank and watched a movie with blank C and blank D and blank T and blank R and blank K and blank S or S blank, whatever. R blank said he went to the corner club around 1:49 in the morning on 11/13 to pick up J blank G blank J blank D blank N blank R blank. R blank said they were alone and not with anyone. R blank said he dropped the three above individuals off at their apartment off of King Road. R blank said after he dropped them off, he went back home. Okay, so that's Rosinski. And I apologize. Now I have to make a number 9. I did not know that it would pop up that quick. All right, so like I said, it'll just take a second. So let me do that. All right, number 9. I want to get through it. Let's see, at least 10. Okay, so let me... Okay. Now we will go back here. I think after this I'll do like batches of 5. Like 5 through 8 or 5 through 10. You know, something like that. All right, 9, because to do this, I would need somebody else to make these in the background while I'm doing, because reading and all this other stuff, it's I don't have enough hands. All right. So here's this one. This is number 9. This is Aaron Morris. On 11/14/2022, at approximately 11 in the morning, I respond. Wait a minute, 1100 hours.
It's the 14th.
Oh, the 14th. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. At 11 in the morning, I responded to 1122 King Road in regards to follow up. I took note of who came in and went from the scene. ISP detectives as well as Sergeant Blaker, Detective Vargas, and prosecuting attorneys entering the residence. G blank C blank arrived shortly after with her cadaver dogs to attempt and locate a blood trail from the residence. ISP entered the residence at 11:25 in the morning. Detective Vargas entered at 11:26 in the morning and left at 12:26 in the afternoon. Sergeant Blaker entered at 11:27 that morning and exited at 11:49 that morning. Prosecuting attorney Ashley Jennings and William Thompson entered at around 11:30 that morning and left around 11:53. PA Jennings re-entered around noon, and Sergeant Blaker re-entered at noon with Detective Vargas. C blank arrived with her canine at 1:16. They all remained in the area until 2:21. Everybody cleared the scene and the residence was secured again at 2:21. I stood by on scene for security until relieved. I cleared the residence at 4 o'clock when OFC Rosinski relieved me. All right, so there's that one. And to read it, I have to zoom in the StreamYard thing too, so then I don't even have access to any of this stuff. Hold on, we're on number 10. We're on number 10. Well, I'm just gonna be going. I think I'm gonna try and do some tonight too. Because if not, it's gonna take a crazy amount of time. So let me get. And whenever you have to go, let me know, Rosie. I don't want to
I can stay another 10 minutes or so.
I don't want to All right, so here's number 10. Let's get that on there. And you know what? I think after this, in between, I might number up a whole bunch of them too, so we could. Hold on. Just want to make it more helpful for people to be able to kind of follow, like.
Yeah, it does help.
Where we're at on which one, and so if they want to refer to it. And anybody on replay. Okay, so there's that law supplemental narrative. All right, number 10. Let me pull up the website, or not the website, but the page with all the stuff. And all right, we'll read through this one here real quick. All right, this is Tesdale, Jacob Tesdale. On November 12th, 2022, at okay, that's when he started his shift. Okay, on November 12th, 2022, at about 11 or 9 p.m., I began an overtime shift for a plainclothes detail on the University of Idaho campus and related areas. This patrol was for minors in possession, consumption of alcohol, along with other alcohol, drug-related offenses. During this patrol, I and the other officer with me, Officer Rosendahl, only had our body-worn cameras, which you guys saw on the Banfield body cam. They were wearing regular clothes. We were operating out of the Moscow Police Department Ford Fusion, which I drove throughout the entire detail. This particular department vehicle did not have a dash camera or any other recording device. My street time conducting the plainclothes detail concluded at 3:52 in the morning on November 13th, 2022. It's eerie, just minutes before the crime took place. You know, right. if that stuff would have taken just a little bit longer, imagine they would have been right there. And this is what I'm wondering: how many times did they encounter the Hyundai as well, being out there like that?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, they were completely focused on what they were doing. So I guess even if they did encounter it a certain amount of times, they might not have completely noticed.
Well, I'm sure it would have been really weird when you see the same damn car driving by multiple times around in the neighborhood. Then you're going to be like, who the you're going to stick out? So it's kind of weird. Maybe that was the reason for the drives all the way around the outside, you know, by like A&W and stuff like that. Is I need to make sure I'm a few more blocks away in the meantime. Let me see here. During this detail, Officer Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road. During each patrol of the area, we traveled on the north side of 500 Queen Road heading east. We wrapped around the building heading south on the east side, then west on the south side of the complex. We then traveled north on the west side, turned west onto Queen Road, and proceeded to King Street. So basically, that loop that I do with my footage, it's basically what they're describing right there. And I need to have a footage show where we just, for everybody, not just members either, just play footage. And because, I mean, what is it? It's after now, I mean, it's nice that I was able to document the house and
very much,
and all of that. But now that the dude in the trial's over, I don't know really what the use of it is now. During one of the patrols in this area, while approaching the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road, I recall seeing a darker colored vehicle with taillights on. This vehicle was parked facing south. On the south side of the parking lot towards the west end, there is a short section of the parking lot which extended to the west of 500 Queen Road, south of 1122 King Street, which was where their vehicle was. Each time we patrolled this area, I drove the same route. During the final patrol, which was to the best of my recollection, was between 2 and 3 in the morning on November 13th, 2022. As we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex, I saw several individuals approaching the residence at 1122 King Road Street. During this detail, I was looking for alcoholic beverages, open alcoholic containers, and individuals who appeared to be intoxicated. I observed the individuals as I drove past, but did not see any reason to contact them for our related patrol. I recall my view of the individuals being obstructed by the vehicles and brush on the east side of the parking lot for 1122 King Street. The individuals were walking close. A vehicle which was parked in the northeast corner of the parking lot. As I turned onto Queen Road and traveled west, I continued to view the individuals. From my recollection, there were at least 2 individuals, possibly 3. I recall one of the individuals having blonde hair. I do not recall exactly how many individuals there were, what they were wearing, or any other details as I quickly looked for beverages in their hands and whether there were staggering from intoxication. Since we made several patrols through the area, I could not say with 100% confidence I saw the vehicle on the same pass as I saw the individuals. Upon review of my radio history, I contacted 3 individuals at Taylor Avenue at about 2:55 in the morning. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street. After seeing the individuals at 1122 King Street, we cleared this contact at 3:32 in the morning. Give me 1 second. All right, page 11. Yes, before I do my next one, I'll make sure to have a bunch of these pre-numbered, you guys, so you're not having to wait like 20 seconds for me to pop one up.
We don't
All right. I know it would help, so just having it on the screen, people can kind of go back to it, or if they're like, wait, what did this say? What, doc? They know which
what?
Yeah, they know which one to go to. Okay, 11. Okay, so these are all going to be statements that are the following day now. And number 11. All right. This is from David Hathaway. All right. On 11/14, 2022 at about, let me see here. All right. At about 10:42, dispatch at 10:42 p.m., Dispatch advised that they were forwarding a call to my cell phone. My phone briefly started ring. But then it suddenly stopped. For some reason, the call was forwarded to my voicemail before I could answer. When the voicemail came through to my phone, I learned it was from J.S. The voicemail said, "Hey, how's it going? My name is Jake S. My phone number is blank. I just wanted to make a statement to you guys because I was close friends with Maddie Mogan. I was with her at the Corner Club most of the night. And then after we left, we wanted to go to John's Alley, and we stopped at Grub Truck. They got Grub Truck, then a car picked them up, and they left and went home. I just wanted to make a statement about unintelligible. I don't know if anything is helpful, but I was just with them like for a little bit. So if I could be in an event of any help, I would like to. Give me a call. Thank you." So obviously, that's your hoodie guy.
Mhm.
Okay. And this is interesting. They wanted to go to John's Alley. What is John's Alley? Is that an actual alley, or is that another establishment? I'm gonna tell.
But I mean, sorry, that kind of explains why he was so upset when they left, because maybe they actually did have plans to go somewhere else.
Well, plus they just ditch you.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say something. I don't know. I mentioned this when I was there. When I was there for the year anniversary, I'm gonna have to go back through my footage because I swore I took footage of the alleys down there in Moscow, and I'm gonna tell you right now because I went to the exact spot where the Grub Truck's at, and where you see people walking and leaving and all that, right? Because I wanted to see when it comes to the camera of the Grub Truck and what the camera shows on the Grub Truck, it only shows a certain distance, and then you can't really tell what's beyond that. And so I wanted to know, like, man, I need to see. So it actually keeps going straight back. The crazy thing about the alleys, so John Alley's is a tavern. Okay, thank you. Speaking of alleys, though, the alleys that you walk down in between each street to kind of navigate, and I'm sure there are a bunch of people walk down these alleys to navigate. Those alleys remind me of like a Batman movie in the same alley where his parents got killed. Like it's that dark and creepy and so enclosed, and there is just so creepy at nighttime. So I can imagine what it's like if you're walking down the alleyways. So yeah, I assumed it was an establishment because we wanted to go to John's Alley, but we went and stopped at the Grub Truck. So this is weird. He had actually called to offer a statement, but it wasn't on 11/13 yet. He was the same guy that was with Kaylee and Maddie right before the crime took place. So why wasn't this message or conversation the day before? Why is it 11/14? See this right here? 11/14 at 10:42 at night.
That's late. Yeah.
That's when he got the message. The next day at 10:42. Something's weird about that, right?
That is weird.
very weird. And this is number 11, if you want to go back to the document. Shortly after I got the voicemail, S called dispatch again and was successfully transferred to my phone at about 10:46 p.m. I talked to S on the phone. S essentially said the same thing he said in the voicemail he left. S said he was out with Maddie at the corner club until about 2:30 in the morning. Then S said several times he did not know who the other girl was that was with them that night.
Yeah, it does seem like there was somebody else. I think the initial is starting with an L. I think that person was just with them at the corner club. I think.
But where's Kaylee? I was with Maddie at the corner club until about 2:30. And S said several times he did not know who the other girl was. You see Kaylee and Maddie together in a photo at the corner club bar.
Yeah.
With Jack. How does he not know who Kaylee is? What?
I wasn't sure what he meant by that as well, because it gets really confusing. Like as you go on, yeah.
Something don't seem right. How do you not know? How do you not know who effing Kaylee was? And maybe that's why they ditched him, because Kaylee's like, who is this guy? Let's just ditch him. Okay.
Yeah.
Something seems really off right now. I don't know what. I don't know what, man. Something seems really off. You don't know who Kaylee is, and says that multiple times, and you're with Maddie, but Maddie and Kaylee had a photo taken together at the corner club, and you left with Maddie and Kaylee as you're walking away from the corner club. You're going to the grub something. Something. Yeah. And then you're calling to offer help and a statement 10 o'clock the day and night after.
Yeah, like closer to 11 even.
That would make sense, because when we're watching that Prime Video doc, hold on a minute. Oh my gosh, I just had it in my brain and now it. Okay, so I think it was Emily. I think it was Emily in the Prime Video doc that said that she thought when they first saw the grub truck video, she thought he was suspicious too. Mm-hmm. So did she not know him either? Was Maddie the only one that knew him?
It did seem from the way she said it that she didn't know who he was.
Right.
Yeah.
So if she didn't know who he was, he didn't know who Kaylee was. It sounds to me like Maddie Something seems weird, Rosie.
I know.
I just got this weird freaking vibe. Something's weird. Something is definitely weird. I confirmed S name, date of birth, address, and phone number. I also confirmed with S he drove to his parents' house at blank in Boise. I remember that. I asked S how long he had planned to be at his parents' house, and he said he was skipping the next week of classes and would remain in Boise until after Thanksgiving break. S said he was willing to talk to a detective about his involvement with the case. S said he did not have a roommate at his Queen Road apartment and that he lives alone. I didn't know he lived at Queen Road apartment.
Yeah. I didn't know you lived alone either.
Something.
I mean, is it true that he left the country as well?
Well, we had heard that he went to Africa, but I think that came out. They were saying that he went on a hunting trip with his family in Africa, but I don't think it ended up turning out to be true. And yes, he did. You're right. He did get kicked out of the fraternity too.
I don't know if it's true either. I heard that he came here, or that his parents work here or something.
There was, oh my gosh, we're going back 2.5 years here. His parents
are doctors here in South Africa, or they do volunteer work in South Africa or something. I don't know.
There's, oh my gosh, his parents have some significant role. Can you guys in chat remind us? Because man, we went through all this stuff like right in the beginning, and then we kind of, and I'm having a hard time remembering exactly. I know his parents, I don't know if they were lawyers or if they were of some kind of prominence. Like they
I thought it was doctors. Yeah.
Yeah, they were. His parents are huge donators. I'm sure they are. It was some kind of, they were like some kind of prominence. Like they had stature. Like they had stature in that area.
I think it was in both cases, really. I did try and look into it. It seemed to be South Africa, from what I understand. I thought that they were in something medical, but I could never really get it confirmed.
Yeah, because they were like I thought they were supposedly going on some kind of like safari hunt, right? Wasn't that what was like a safari hunt?
There were some hunting pictures that people were spreading online, but there was nothing in the picture to just like explain properly where it was. But somebody wrote Africa with a question mark or an arrow or something on it, but the trees didn't look quite right to me. But from the research that I found out, I think it was something to do with Pretoria. I don't know, but I can never confirm if he left the country.
Yeah. Well, he just said that he's up at his parents' house for a week. Ain't that wild? You live at Queen Road Apartments. You don't go back home. You instantly go. You're not even around to get interviewed. Okay, you're not even around to get interviewed. You bolt. And here you were the guy that was last with him. Yeah, we're gonna. This is definitely. I don't know. Something just don't. Something's just not lining up at all.
Yeah. And also, like, we don't know what's true with all of that.
Something's not. Yeah, something's not lining up there. Excuse me. All right, this is excuse me. This is number 12. And let me just read through.
I'm going to stay until the end of 12, and then I have to get going.
Okay. And thank you for hanging out, and thank you everybody for hanging out as we kind of go through them. I'm sure as we go through some of them, we're gonna 314 is not. It seems like a lot right now, but I'm sure once we get through it, there's gonna be different points where it speeds up. But I'm sorry, when something sticks out to me on any of these, I gotta stop and go back in my brain and make questions about this. So this is Grenderson on 11. Excuse me, hold on. Not enough coffee today. on 11 4, it's getting a little hoarse. On 11/14/22, I responded to the area of King Road and Queen Road. I photographed and looked in the 3 dumpsters in the area outside King Road, 1122 King Road, and blank King Road. All 3 dumpsters were located on the street. I saw nothing of evidentiary value in the dumpsters. I photographed them and cleared the area. ISP later pulled the trash pursuant to this investigation. Some blood was located on the 2nd floor at blank Taylor Avenue. Taylor Avenue is commonly referred to as the Whites and is a known party location. The blood was isolated to one area with no trail to either area. I photographed the blood and notified on scene investigators. Officer House and I walked around various areas around the crime scene looking for evidence. Officer House and I found nothing of evidentiary value. And so there's that one right there. All right. Oh, it's freezing. Okay, and then we got a lanyard coming up next, but I gotta hurry up and make a new one here. So this will be number 13. We'll see what Lanier has to say. All right, there we go. So, whoops. All right, there's that one. Now let me pull up number 13. All right, number 13. All right, we'll zoom in. Scroll over. Okay, this is Lanier on November 15th, 2022 at 9:30 in the morning. Myself and Detective Maury responded to the Corner Club at blank to contact the owner, M blank T blank. This was a prearranged meeting to view video from the evening of November 12th to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The purpose was to confirm that Madison Mogan and Kaylee Consalvis were at the Corner Club and had been reported, and to try and identify individuals seen on the grub truck video later in the morning, specifically a male who appeared to be accompanying them. Upon arrival, T blank already had the video up on the screen and queued to the proper time frame. Detective Maury began scrolling through the video, which consisted of multiple views and multiple screens that were all in time sync. We determined that Consalvis and Mogan arrived at the corner club around 10:20 p.m. in a Prius type vehicle with one other identified female. The vehicle was determined to be an Uber vehicle and the driver identified. Consalvis and Mogan mingle around the bar but spend most of their time in the front along the bar next to the left end as you face the bar. They make occasional trips to the restroom and speak to several people as they mingle. At 12:22 in the morning, Kaylee paid her bar tab using her credit card, which consisted of 9 well vodka and 2 add juice. The blank provided a copy of the receipt. Damn. 9 shots. At approximately 1 in the morning, Kaylee engages in a conversation with a subject identified by bar staff as J, quote, J S. S blank was seen with Consalvis and Mogan in the grub truck video later in the evening. This appeared to be a consensual conversation, and it appeared they knew each other. At approximately 1:14 in the morning, Mogan joins in on the conversation, and all three remain generally in the area of the bar. Near the wall, nothing stood out during the time, and both appeared to know S blank. So that says right there, both appeared to know.
Yeah.
Mr. Hoodie and Mr. Hoodie appeared to not know Kaylee. 1:31 in the morning, S blank paid his bar tab with his credit card consisting of 5 can/B, that's bottle, and 2 kamikazes. After paying, he walked to the back of the bar. 5 cans, bottles, that's 5 beers, and then 2 kamikaze shots. 5 beers, 2 shots. After paying, he walked to the back of the bar, went into the restroom, came back out, retrieved his coat, and came back to an area near the exit where Consalvis and Mogan were waiting. S blank waited in the background while the girls finished conversing with others. Then they all exited the building around 1:37 in the morning. The parking lot cameras show them walking away together across, then out of the parking lot in a westerly direction. They were all dressed the same in the grub truck video, with S blank wearing a white or very light colored hoodie with a brown coat over it. While reviewing the video, we also recognized J blank D blank, who was reported to be Consalvis's ex-boyfriend. We did not track his movements in the video, but he appeared to spend most of his time at the opposite end of the business, seated with several other males. Why wouldn't you? If he's the boyfriend of one of the victims, don't you think you would want to track his movements as well? That's pretty interesting. They didn't even track his movements. At one point, there appeared to be a brief interaction with Consalvis that looked cordial and in passing. D left at 1:51 in the morning with 2 other males. Also noticed in the video was a subject seen in the grub truck video. I recognized him because of his unique sweater and long hair and beard. He was identified as H blank V blank by bar staff. He checked out at 0 hours using a credit card in the same name of S blank V blank, showing 2 micro tub. I didn't notice any interaction between V blank and Consalvis or Mogan. A third subject who was seen in the grub truck video was also observed in the corner club, but we were not able to identify him. He is a stocky build, white male with brown hair and facial hair, wearing a brownish sweater. I did not observe any interaction between him, Consalvis, or Mogan. Because the video file was extremely large, Detective Mowry was unable to copy it to an external storage device. We left the business, and Detective Maury is working on obtaining a usable copy of the video for closer review. That's crazy. You're leaving without a copy? Wow, that's sloppy as well. You're going to leave without a copy. So, oh gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, but it accidentally recorded over itself. I apologize. So you can't have any more copies of it. I don't understand that. It seems like a lot of sloppy police work.
Yeah, I would definitely say so.
Let me see here. Let me see who's... Let me see, 14. Let me see who's next here. Vargas. Let me see, 14. What I'll probably do is I'll probably go to 15. And then I'm going to take a break. And let's see, we'll go to 14. I'm going to take a break. And then I'll probably be back again tonight, tomorrow, and the next day. We're going to kind of go through all these things. And then I'm going to keep notes for each episode that we do, the little things that are sticking out to me. And then at the end of going through them all, can kind of go back and revisit the pages that just didn't make sense, so we can kind of go through them again in the future after we're done going through all of these. I definitely want to go through some of these again afterwards.
And if you do a morning show tomorrow, I will join.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. If I do, I would have to be done around probably around 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central. So I'd have to do it a little bit earlier, probably a few hours earlier than this one. But I might actually.
Okay, let me know. I'm gonna have to go now and see my sick cat.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You stuck around for a couple more pages.
Thank you so much for having me over, and thank you everyone in chat.
No, thank you. I appreciate it, and thanks. And thanks for helping out too. I appreciate it. And yeah, we're gonna follow up. If I'll message you and let you know what documents I end on or whatever, and then if there's any of them that you kind of want to revisit in an intro of a show, then we can always
I'll make some notes.
Yeah, we can always
Okay.
revisit some of them too.
All right.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Bye.
Good night. All right, so this is, are we on 14? Yes, we're on 14. Okay, so this is Danny Vargas. Let me see. Evidence collected on November 14th, 2022. I went to 1122 King Road with Sergeant Blaker to observe the scene. I walked through the house. Oh, hold on. Let me drop her link in chat again, too, if you're not subbed to Rosie. And thank you again, Rosie. Okay, there's that. And I apologize as well. When I'm reading these documents, I have a hard time being able to see chat as well. So if I did miss some of your guys' messages, I apologize. I can only see what's on the screen for what you see on the screen, but then at the same time, it's kind of hard to read that while I'm reading these documents too. So I do apologize. Okay. I went through 1122 King Road with Sergeant Blaker to observe the scene. I walked through the house and around the outside of the residence, along with other investigators, looking for possible evidence. ISP investigators were on scene, walking through for a second time, looking for additional evidence. I walked around the south side of the 1122 King Road, up the hill and along the fence line for Walenta. The backyard for Walenta backs up to the backyard area of 1122 King Road. I spoke with S blank G blank at blank Walenta and asked for his permission to look through his back area, which he said I could. G blank told me he was a person who previously called dispatch to provide information about what he observed. I told G blank after looking over the area and through the residence on King Road, I would come back and get a statement from him. I did not locate anything of interest in the backyard of Walenta or on the hillside behind 1122 King Road. I walked into 1122 King Road and looked through the house while the other investigators, with other investigators. The following 4 evidence items were collected by ISP J. Tolbert inside 1122 King Road on November 14th, 2022, and turned over to me on scene. So these were collected on 11/14, the day after these items were collected. Let me see, a rolled $2 bill. Blue powder. What the hold on a minute. What? They found a rolled up $2 bill in blue powder laying on a damn desk? Hold on. Located on the desk, floor 2, bedroom 1. Hold on, let me pull up this floor plan. What is considered floor 2, bedroom 1? Hold on, I gotta bring up this floor plan. Where did I put that? I know I found it recently going through some of my old stuff and I put it in a newer folder. Where's the damn diagram? Hold on. Just give me a moment, you guys. Because I had the actual floor plan from what was the what's that website where they advertise them on the internet? Where did I put that freaking diagram, man? I'm sorry, you guys. I don't want to waste too much time. I have it somewhere. I'll have to look for it. Floor 2, bedroom 1. Floor 2, bedroom. $2 bill and blue powder. I need to figure that one out too. Page 14. Come back to that later. I will figure out whose bedroom that is. I'm thinking it was Xana's room, you guys, but I can't find the for sure layout to tell you for sure. But I think it was Xana's room. S blank G blank told me the following. He woke up a couple times Saturday night. He looked at the clock, saw it was 4:17 hours, and said after about 5 minutes of waking up, he heard a dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road. G blank said he was going in and out of sleep, and after an hour, around 5 in the morning, still heard the dog barking outside from the other direction of 1122 King Road. So one person says dog was barking at 5. We have another statement from somebody else that said after 4:45 the dog quit barking. Excuse me. So that's two different statements right there. Within 15 minutes. So obviously it's probably the same. G blank said his bedroom is on the far northeast side of Walenta and is closest to the backyard of 1122 King Road. G blank said there is a motion light outside. Excuse me. Not enough drinking of fluids here. Too much reading. Outside of his window, and said there's a motion light outside of his window, and said if it turned on, he would have noticed it. G blank told me that he has lived in this residence since January and has not heard the dog barking outside before in the middle of the night. I next spoke with M blank. M blank. M blank told me on the 13th he woke up around 2:30 in the morning and left the house around 3 a.m. M blank said he had an extended training day and it lasted about 12 hours. M blank said he had finished his extended training day around 1800 hours, 6 o'clock at night, at Buffalo Wild Wings and arrived home around 6:30. M blank, wow, you got to go to work? Extended training day until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, but you left at 3 in the morning? If your shift was 12 hours long, I would imagine you wouldn't be there until about 13 hours. So why are you there 16 hours or 15 hours, right? Hold on. 6. If you got off at 6, it started at 6 in the morning. So yeah, you're there 15 hours. You left 15 hours early. You're going to leave at 3 in the morning to show up at Buffalo Wild Wings at 6 in the morning? Why would you leave at 3 in the morning? I don't know. M said he was with approximately 20 blank members and did not notice anyone who should have been there was not there. M blank did not remember hearing anything in particular when he woke up or left around 2:30 or 3 in the morning. M did not hear the dog barking. I next spoke with TM. T blank told me he did not hear a dog barking at any point. T said he had been out at the bars the evening of the 12th and got home around 2:30 in the morning. T said he sleeps with earplugs in, said his sister M mentioned she saw Madison Mogan at some point at the corner club. T provided me with the sister's phone number. Yeah, why would you leave your house at 3 in the morning to show up for a 12-hour shift that doesn't start until 6? That makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever. There's a lot of shit that don't make sense. All right, we're going to switch to 15. And then, come on. We're going to switch to 15. If it's going to let me. All right, we're bugging again. Oh, I'm totally froze now. Holy shit. I was really froze that time. Okay, whoops. 15. Let's go to 15. Why is it doing this, man? Shit is so annoying. All right. I don't know if it's working or not. Okay, it looks like we're back. All right, this is page 15. After this, I'm going to take a break. And I think I'm going to try and mess with this other program in the meantime. Look for a notification. I'm going to see what's going on, and we'll figure out what we're doing this evening. There's a couple different things I would like to do, and then I miss having a game night with you guys too. I don't know. We'll figure out what we're doing tonight. So stay tuned for a notification in a couple hours. Okay. This is Aaron Morris, and this is this report. Additional responding officers. Okay. On 11/15, L blank, S blank, and C blank came to the Moscow PD substation to speak with OFC Rosinski and I regarding an incident possibly related to the homicide that occurred on 11/13/22. They stated on 10/21/22 an unidentified white male came into the women's center and asked to speak with someone. F blank spoke to the male. She stated he asked for snacks and appeared to be under the influence. She stated the interaction only lasted about 5 minutes. F blank stated the male said he had a female friend who was in an abusive relationship. The male stated he was afraid the female would be hurt by her boyfriend and was also afraid he would hurt the boyfriend due to the abusive behavior. F blank did not gather any names and had not ever seen the male of the victims. They said they did not. They said they did not, and they... What? They said they did not, and they did not have any of their contacts documented. Okay, hold on. Came to the Moscow regarding an incident related to the stated on October 21st. A guy came into the women's center and asked for snacks. I don't know. On November 15th, 2022, at approximately 11:50 hours, are they really going to go through? Are they going to go through every tip, like even the junk ones? Came into the substation to speak with me. I was told by Corporal Payne A. Blank went to Gritman on 11/13/22 to seek medical care for cuts on his hand. I asked A. Blank what happened to his hand. He stated on 11/12/22 at around 10 o'clock, he cut his hand attempting to cut chicken for a sandwich. A. Blank stated he was intoxicated, and when he was trying to cut the meat, his pocket knife slipped and cut his hand. I asked when he went to the hospital. He read his wristband from the hospital, and it said that he went on 11/13 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Interesting. Okay. A. Blank told me he lived at the blank house. The laceration was on his right hand. He sent me a photograph of the injury, and I attached it to the case. I asked A if he knew of any of the victims. He stated he had not. He had seen Ethan 2 times at parties, but did not know any of the females. He said the sister's house was blank. He said it was a national standard, but he had friends from multiple sororities. A. Blank ran me through his weekend from Saturday morning. He stated he slept in Saturday morning, 11/12/22, and woke up around 9:30 in the morning. A. Blank said he went to the treehouse, which was a blank outhouse located at blank Taylor Avenue. He said he spent the whole day there watching the game. He said he left the treehouse at around 7:30 at night and went back to blank blank Elm Street. He said he was drinking all night and finally went to bed on 11/13/22 at around 4 in the morning. Something's weird about this one too. Let me see. A. Blank said he was with his friends L, M, C, and K. Hold on a minute. Those were the same friends that L, M, C, and K. L, C, L, S, C, F. So 2 out of the 4 friends that turned him in, he was with. A. Blank provided me blank or M blank phone number. Officer Rosen, right, Caddy? Officer Rose. 2 of the friends he was with all night was part of turning him in. OFC Rosinski talked to M later at the house. M blank said he and A blank were walking downstairs at the same blank house when A blank missed a step and fell into the window. Oh my lord. M blank said at the time neither he or A blank saw any blood. M blank said A blank was cutting chicken and he saw the injury. Well, A was extremely intoxicated and he thought he cut his hand while cutting the chicken, but M believed he cut it on the glass. Okay, so M. Which is okay. So the M that said that he's seen the injury is not included in the people that fucking turned him in. So 2 of the people because look at the blocks. See the blocks that follow the names. You got a very small block next to the L, right? Very small block next to the L. Look at the smaller block when it comes to the C. You got the smaller block when it comes to the C. So 2 of the friends he was with all night turned his ass in. And then one friend that isn't, and one of the friends, so L and C turned him in. M was the one that said, yes, I saw the injury, and K is nowhere in this paragraph so far. What's up, Kevin? Wow, this is nuts. So who cares what M said? A blank said he was willing to sign a consent form for medical records if we needed them. A blank said he could not remember if he cut his hand on the window or with his knife. A blank said his friends told him to go to the hospital to make sure there was not glass in his hand. I went with A blank to the blank house. He showed me the window they found broken. I photographed the window and attached it to the case. On 11/16, I responded to a humongous redaction. At blank, Main Street, a person of interest, J blank, S blank, lived at blank. L blank confirmed S blank lived at the unit alone. So we're tied back into this L person. So this L person called back again the next day. They said that they did offer free, they said that they did offer free internet service to tenants through C blank, C blank. Wouldn't that be great? Free internet. L blank said they could not see who used the service. I asked L blank if any of their tenants tried to get out of their leases recently. They said no. They said S blank started his lease on 7/8/22. The employee remembered S blank because his father was adamant on getting him the apartment. So this L blank is a snitch. I responded to C blank, C blank to see if S blank utilized the internet service. They provided. The employee gave me a paper with all tenants from blank Queen Road that used it. S blank did not use the service. On 11/16/22, I was asked to follow up on individuals connected to the victims or people of interest. The names provided were MBD, B, N, F, J, F, C, E. Those are all redactions. I called the Dean of Students office for phone numbers for B, and F. I called B first, who stated he was at his home in Boise. B and F stated they lived together in Meridian. I passed the information on to Captain Barrett, the leak. I also TLO'd F and B. I got a number for F and called him. He provided his home address in Boise and said he was willing to speak with detectives. I forwarded that information as well as TLO and B blank to Corporal Payne and Captain Barrett on 11/16. D blank, S blank, and J blank and H blank from the DOS office came to the ISUB. S blank stated he had information regarding the homicide. S blank first stated that the DOS office had a debrief to check in on everyone. S blank said J blank, D blank name was brought up. He said it got him thinking because D blank had a recent care report put in on him. What? Is a care report like a wellness report? Like a wellness check? on 11/3, a care report. It was a wellness check. It was a wellness check because D had emailed the DOS saying had a few different circumstances in my life that have substantially decreased my mental health. On 11/4/22, S called D. S said D seemed distant, distracted, and sad. S also brought up the grub truck video. He said he was guessing but believed it was D blank following the victims and hovering around them. S blank also said after finding out what happened, D blank was more concerned with his dog. That's Jack. And he was more concerned for his frickin' dog? Hold on. Yo! Oh my god. So Jack and Kaylee broke up, right? This is fucking wild. So Jack and Kaylee, I bet you this is when they broke up. I bet you this is why the family, the Consalvis family, were talking like Jack and her were still together. Because I bet you they broke up in the beginning of fucking November, yo. I bet you they broke up in the beginning of November. And that's why they needed to call a wellness check on him, because he was fucking depressed. Then you go off of what Christy Consalvis was saying about Kaylee going on another date. That had to be after, so that is within the first couple weeks of November as well. And then Jack seems more concerned about his dog. I asked Hunter if he was able to provide the care reports for Jack they referenced. He said they did not seem hugely concerning, but would attempt to gather them. Dude, when you hear of what took place, right here, when you hear, is it going to let me? Oh, it's not going to let me click and... Okay. It won't let me highlight on this one. When you hear about what happened to your damn girlfriend, recent ex, whatever you want to... I'm just going to say your girlfriend, right? Wasn't really anymore. But according to the parents, That would make sense why they all said, oh, Kaylee knew how much of a great guy Jack was. They had literally just broke up, like literally right then. And then said he was guessing, but he believed it was, let's see, D following the victims and hovering around them. After finding out what happened, Decour was more concerned with his dog. Dude, how could you be more concerned? This is wild, man. This is wild. I need to take a break. We've been going about 5 hours. We're going to be doing another show. However many it takes, screw it. I'd rather talk about this than discuss any of this dumbass speculation that's going around and shit like that. I'd rather dig into these ourselves, because covering the case from the very beginning and just kind of, certain things were told to me in the very beginning. It's very interesting to see some of this stuff actually come out in written frickin' documents that are released from the police. It's crazy to see some of this stuff turn out to be true and documented. This is crazy. I mean, how do you like, damn near half of these documents, there's something sketch in them already. Half of these, there's something sketch of them already. I'm the only one reading everything. Is that? I mean, I'm just, plus breaking it down. I mean, why read it if you're not going to break them down, And maybe they just, I know there's like a lot of drama channels out there like covering this stuff to change the topics, and maybe they don't, they didn't cover this stuff from the beginning, so maybe they don't know a lot of this stuff that we know. But and there's other channels out there that I respect that are covering it. I just hadn't watched them. I just seen how quick their episodes were, and I was like, oh shoot, it ain't gonna take no time. We might get through 100 of them today. And then I'm sitting here, and as we're going through them, and I'm breaking them down, like from everything that we've learned this whole time from the very beginning. I'm sorry if it does take a little longer to get through these, but there's just stuff I got to bring attention to. And this is freaking crazy, man. Can you believe this stuff? The dude was concerned more for his fucking dog. It's like I said, like from the beginning, the first month when we were going through all of the comments that Mr. Decour was leaving all over Kaylee's Instagram post, when there's other guys saying how attractive she is and all this other stuff, and he's just being so fucking nasty, downright nasty to these people. Like nasty to these people. Wow, look at this. This makes a lot more sense, man. The dude was having mental health episodes. And then he was more concerned. Dude, how could you? You don't answer. You know what I'm saying? You already don't answer your fucking phone. It's like, what guy that totally loves a woman? What guy that totally loves a woman doesn't answer his fucking phone after 7 goddamn calls? That hour at night. Dude, I already know why you didn't answer your fucking phone. Because you were with another girl. So instead of telling everybody that you were sleeping all night, Jack, you were with another fucking girl. And you know it. And you know it's true. And you know it happened. You didn't answer your phone because you were with a girl, not because you were sleeping. And I don't care, dude. How can you be with somebody that long? So what if you fucking break up a couple weeks before? That's the love of your damn life, bro. Even if you guys ain't together at the current time. That is the damn love of your life. You answer that fucking phone call. Especially when you live a half a block away, dude. What female is going to call you 7 times at fucking 3 in the morning? Unless she needs you. Unless she needs you. Hoodie Guy and Mr. Decor, you two are on my fucking list again, and I can't wait to go through more of these docs. Like I said, stay tuned for another noti. I got to figure out, I went way longer than I did this afternoon. I still got to do some things around here, but it's either games or reading through more of these papers, or I even thought about doing a show, Coffee Conversations, where I just chill back and we talk about stuff and you guys call in or join panel. Trying to have some kind of different shows too for it. That way these local news stations don't copyright strike me a shit ton, motherfuckers. All right. I'm sorry, that shit's pissing me off right now. You're more concerned about your damn dog, bro. And then all of this stuff, look at this. You got all these people calling in, turning in. I think we're going to have to read through this one again in the future. But we hit the 5-hour mark. Thank you, guys. I'll be doing something later, whether it's games, call-in, panel, or going through more of these docs. We're definitely going to do something later. Also, this whole weekend, I'm probably gonna be. I'll probably be on like 10 hours, 8 to 10 hours a day total for lives, going through this stuff. I don't know. It's already so suspicious right now, and we're only 15 in, and there's gonna be more stuff that makes sense, more stuff that I'm gonna, it's gonna. Flicker up here. Wait a minute. Trust me, we're gonna make sense of all of this chaos. They can sit here and redact shit all they want, but we'll figure it out for sure. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I know it was a long one. I appreciate you. Sorry for the technical issues. Sorry for that again. And just make sure you have a peaceful, positive day. It's like Josie said in the Prime doc, and I feel it rings true, and everybody should approach life this way. And she said, there's always another party until there's not. And so don't always think that there's going to be another party. Make sure you give everybody everything that you can give of yourself to them today, because we never know if tomorrow is going to be here. I love you guys. Appreciate you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. And share this out to your socials too. Episode 1, 0 through 15. Episode 1. This one's wild. I'm gonna have to rewatch this again too. I'm gonna have to rewatch it again if I can ever find that time. I love you guys. We'll see you in a little bit. Stay safe.